friends? Welcome to Coding Garden with CJ. Somehow, my stream transitions got changed to slide instead of fade. I guess that's okay. Welcome to the show. This will be a code review stream where you can use your channel points, also known as seedlings, to review a code review. No, to redeem a code review is what the plan is. The She-Boss with the gifted sub already. Oh my goodness! I don't know. Let me know what you all think of this slide. Oh, that was the wrong thing. This, is it jarring? Is it okay? It accidentally got set. I don't know. Welcome everyone. And so there was some chat. There was some chat in the chat about how expensive code reviews are, and I'm honestly okay with that. So the way this will work is you can use your channel points to redeem a review. So redeem a review. If you click in the chat, it's kind of hidden right now. Give it just a second. Hello everyone, welcome. The slide is a bit disorienting. All right, I agree. We're gonna change it back to fade. Actually, what is cut? Oh, cut is just like, we're gonna go fade. 750 millisecond fade. Oh, Infomath. Oh, that's who got gifted. Nice. Nice. Thank you, the She-Boss. Very much appreciated. Okay, but if you click, I'm gonna do this. If you click this, you can see how many seedlings you have. Currently, I have infinity because this is my stream. And if you scroll all the way to the bottom, there is a code review redemption for 10,000 seedlings. Now, the reasoning behind it being so high is that, and thank you very much, makes sense for that resub, is that I want it to be a reward for hanging out on the channel. So you get channel point rewards by watching and being here, and so if you really want me to review your code, then that's the price to pay. Now, if we only have one redemption right now, so if there's no one else that has it, I will potentially lower the price. Or if there's somebody that has a ton of points and they'd like to gift a review to someone else, that can also happen. But we'll talk about that when we get there because we already have one review, Lakshman. And Lakshman's been waiting. He's been asking all month. And the idea is we're going to do the stream at the end of every month, so that way people have time to accrue seedling points. Yeah. I have code review, but it's all over the place. Well, you've got time. We're already on a hype train. Revive Newt with the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Very much appreciated. Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Cool. And we got lots of follows, so we got some new people here in the Coding Garden. Thanks for being here. All right, 21654, thank you for that follow. And Secret Stasher, and Karate Wump, and Gui, and Programming Mouse, thanks for being here. And Jer was taken. Well, you got a decent username, even though Jer was taken. I like that. And FFR Nihil, thank you for that follow as well. We got a few redemptions. Yes, we have the code review from Lakshman. So prepare yourself, Lakshman. You will be first, but we're probably going to get started in about 10 minutes or so. Going to say hi to everybody. And Gabri with the posture check. Thank you very much. Oh, I forgot. We got to start the Thomas the Tank Engine lo-fi remix that I made. This one. I was gonna try to. I thought it was Gabby. Gak BL with 100 bits. Thank you very much. Let me know how the volume is on that hype train song. And thank you, Gabriel, for that posture check. And Smiley with the hydrate. Very much appreciated. Is the sound is the volume of the song okay, or should it go up? Anybody? Somebody. Yes. One confirmation. Scroll down in chat. What do you want me to? I'm gonna have to search for it because there's quite a bit. Let me know, David, what I should search for. It's fine if you ask me. Nice. More treble. I mean, I could do that. Should I do that? Oh, nice. I like it. So David has a challenge to anyone that's watching. At some point in the stream, he will ask a question, and whoever answers correctly will get a free code review using his channel points, I think. All right. But before we get into it, let's say hello to everyone. If you'd like me to acknowledge you, say hi, hello, hey, morning, afternoon, or veggies. The theme of today is veggies, because I'm going to try to eat lots of fruits and veggies this weekend. and I hope that I can inspire you to do the same. So if you say any of those words like that, it'll appear here. So what's up, Mark and Casper and Aries, and Nicalius and Green David and Senior Dan, and Onto, and what's up, Doc, and Math and Coding Pasta and Min Jim, who just woke up, glad you could be here, and Wolfie and Javis and Smiley and Catherine, and I don't know how to say your name, but thanks for being here, and Lakshman and Fabian and Diffradev and Doc, who's backing me up. I appreciate you, Doc. And Mike and Infomath Music and Ripley, what's up, Ripley, and Alex and Erhan, who says, I said hey, what's up, hello. CJ is about to review some code. This is true. Is this a haiku? This might be a haiku. I don't know. It's not a haiku. Ricky, what's up? And Newen, Bogahay, and Karate Wump, and Zyres, and Ricky. Welcome, everyone. And what's up, Smiley, and Infomath Music? And what just happened? Real Max with the Twitch Prime sub. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. And if you don't know what Twitch Prime is, because here's the thing, I come from the land of YouTube, and people there don't really know about Twitch Prime. So if you click this link, you can see whether or not your Amazon Prime account is linked to Twitch and get a free Prime sub. Hello, Waleed, and Kevin Evans, and Mikey, and CC Gaming Twitch. Welcome, welcome. And Monoloito, and Gakby. Revive Newt, good morning. What's up, the Shivas? Thanks again for that gifted sub. And Revive Newt for all those gifted subs. Very much appreciated. And Ermo, how's it going? Meanwhile, it's 3:48 p.m. for me. Yeah, it's 7:55 a.m. for me. Hello, Aries, Bogahay, and Cameron Codes, Bogahay. What's up, VV Michael, and Nakoma? Oh, nice, CC Gaming Twitch. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you. Nocturnal Conspiracy, what's up? Makes sense. How you doing? And Koozie, and Okay Not Now, what's up? And Mark, and Arthur, and Prashish. Prashish? You're new? Well, welcome. Glad you could be here. Once we get done saying hello, I'll explain all this stuff happening on my screen, so that'll help you out. What do I think of ASP.NET and Blazor? It's cool. I've been doing JavaScript for about the past 5 years or so. I did C# and ASP.NET for 3 or 4 years before that. It's cool. I haven't really tried the new Blazor. I've tried very basically the new not the new. It's been around for a few years. Whoa! Hype train! Thank you everyone for all the supports. I very much appreciate you. And the music is gone. And what's up, Katoli and Danny and Alex and Avi? I did not watch the keynote. And what's up, Callum? So I use MacBook, but I don't have an iPhone. And I'm using a 2015 MacBook because it's a really good machine. But I'm not an Apple fan person. And David, hello, and Lakshman. Welcome, welcome. It's buffering. Oh no. Let's see. So hopefully we'll get some transcoding if the Twitch transcoder omnipotent beings shine upon us. Then we can get transcoding, and you could potentially lower the resolution. Let me see. Oh no, I didn't mean to create a clip. Let's see. Quality. Yes, we have transcoding. So Lakshman, if at any point you can actually hear me, you can change the resolution to 480p, and you probably should. It probably will stop buffering for you. And then also, if you go into advanced, you can turn on or turn off low latency, and that'll make it so that it won't buffer as much. So try that. Yeah, we can change quality. Great job, everyone. We did it. We have arrived. Sim, what's up? And Finn, how's it going? And Zare and Javis and Shaggy. It's been a while. Welcome back, Shaggy. And Cameron Codes and David. Veggies. What's up, Arcool and Brotas and Gorilla and Nikoma. Yeah, glad you could be here. Nocturnal Conspiracy and Spectari, hello. And Lo-like. And Wamu, how's it going? And Cyril and Boolines and Gaming Diamond. Hello, everybody. The gang's all here. What's up, Phoenix Rising? And Doob. The volume is kind of high. What, on my... okay, that was 3 minutes ago. Ermo, hello. And Sim, welcome, everyone. And Arthur from Brazil, very cool. Are beans veggies? Beans are legumes? But they're healthy. What's up, Dad of Dom? And Venix and Terrazoid. I feel like it's been a while, Terrazoid. Thanks for being here. And a random Tim and Dudos and Real Max. Welcome, Tom's first time. And Fabby, Winterlore Games and Wolf Dog. My garden is full of little veggies. In a few weeks, they should be big veggies. That's nice, Sea Pigget. I have not had any luck with my garden. I tried to sprout some seedlings so that I could transplant them outside, but they never even sprouted. And then I have some tomato plants that are dying. It's not a good thing. What's up, Prashish? And Kalam, how's it going? Commodore Dragon and Molgort, and I am Goku-san. Black Proton, good afternoon. And Snake Rune TV, how's it going? And Mrs. Paiva, thank you very much for that follow. I'm watching your Fun with Phil video on YouTube. Oh, nice. That was a pretty fun stream. We got to get him back on here. Say hi to Mala. Oh, hello, Mala. How you doing? Good morning or afternoon, wherever you. Oh, you're in Hong Kong. What's the current time in Hong Kong? You know what we should do? We should get people's time zones displayed in there. 9:59 p.m. Well, it's evening. Well, nighttime. Almost bedtime. Nice. What's up, Jonah Joe and Fishy Coding? I remember when Twitch had 20 viewers. Yeah, the thing is, when Twitch had 20 viewers, I was cross-streaming to YouTube, and YouTube had, like, at least 100 viewers. So all the YouTube people are slowly making their way over to Twitch. It's been a challenge, but it's okay. We have fun here. And Bahokore, hello. And Overdrive, what's up? Oh, that's good to hear, Mashiko. There's another person with the name Mashiko, but they have a different number on the end. But I'm glad you could be here. I'm glad you're learning. And David Snyder with 220 bits. Thank you so much. And Chief Mustardo, how's it going? And C Piggott. And no more chat timeouts. The mods enable slow mode at their discretion. I think, honestly, we're going to put it at 30 seconds because there's a lot of people here today. Thanks for pointing that out. And hello, welcome. Tomato plant's over 5 feet tall with plenty of flowers. Oh, wow, well, that's good to hear. Okay, I have missed a lot of chat messages. Thank you, Vinichu. And I see my code, hey. And thank you to Snake Rune TV for that follow. And we have a posture redemption. Thank you very much. 30 seconds, oh no, I mean, there's a lot of people here. And Doob with the Twitch Prime sub, thank you so much. A lot of people think, like, if you watch Twitch, some people feel that, like, Twitch Prime is kind of lame. I don't know if they think it's lame, but it's like I don't know. But the fact that you clicked this button right here, I appreciate you. Thank you very much, Twitch Prime. I don't know what I'm trying to say. Cross-site scripting. No, there's no cross-site scripting here. We don't do that here, okay? We don't do that. What am I doing? Oh, I thought I did. Oh, is this another one? I thought I did that. I don't know. Exactly. So Doc has it. One thoughtful message every 30 seconds. Deal with it. Basically, like, make sure that whatever you have to say in the chat is something good. Make sure that you're proud of it, and you have 30 seconds to think about that thing that you're going to say in the chat. Do I get less from Twitch Prime subs? I'm not quite sure. I think I might get slightly less, but it's actually not that much less. Thank you for that hydrate, Arthur. Because I have a lot of code. You'll have to think of something. All right, what are we going to do? First, we're going to thank all the people that have supported us so far. Thank you to Real Max and Dude for the Twitch Prime subs. Makes sense with the 2-month resub. Thank you very much. GokBL with 100 bits, Callum with 100 bits, and David Snyder with the 220 bits. We got lots of gifted subs. The She-Boss with the gifted sub to Infomath Music. Revive Newt with the 5. Wait. Yeah, five gifted subs. I was like, what? I was trying to read this. What was happening here? But yes, 5 gifted subs. Thank you very much. All right. This is my break timer. If you have been sitting down for a while, feel free to stand up. Or if you've had your hands on the Mac, or on your keyboard, sorry, not on the Mac, on the keyboard for a while, feel free to stretch. There we go. Mihai Andre has redeemed a stretch as well, so we'll stretch a little bit longer. Yeah, I used to do C# WPF. I did. and AngularJS, they got their data binding stuff and all of their terminology, like the model view model, they got that from WPF. And I did WPF first, and then I eventually learned Angular 1. And Beep Salt, thank you for that follow. Well, thank you, Javis. Okay, for all the new people here, let's talk about how things work in Master of Sniping. Thank you for following. It's pretty hard to stream snipe here because we do things that other people aren't doing. What's up, Anacodes? Welcome to the show. Okay, first thing is the drop game. You've probably seen it. we're gonna do a bunch of drops right now. I need you all to participate in this. If you do !drop space me, it will drop your avatar just like that. Look at all of them. You can also drop emotes or emojis, and if they land in the coding garden, you will get your name on my screen. Look at all those drops. It's wonderful. Well, okay, there's one. There's a tiny one. Yeah, nobody's getting in the middle, so the closer you are to the middle, the bigger your name will be. Well, and Watch the Max with $1 who says hello. Thank you very much, Watch the Max. Okay, that's very interesting. We don't have any like major seedlings yet. And the thing about, oh, that's a good one. Who was that? David Doc 96. The thing about the drop game is there is a 90-second cooldown, so you can only drop once every 90 seconds. Well, that's gonna be a pretty good one. Phoenix Rising and Javis, great work, everyone. Great work. After the drops calm down, I'm gonna reset the garden, and then you can drop throughout the stream. And Esgerts, thank you for that follow. Take a screenshot of this. Yeah, there's a lot of drops. Do we get another follow? Oh yeah, Anna Codes, thank you. Much appreciated. What else? Oh yes, so you can see in my chat overlay, oh, Clever Craze, thank you for that follow. But you can see in my chat overlay that some people have a country flag next to their name and also have like an icon. And hello, Happy Jojo, welcome. Yeah, we hid the leaderboard because I think it's good enough to have your name in the garden here. Yeah, so there you go. Shaggy just did the command badges. And if you click on this link, you can see all of the possible team names. Yeah, I code. We code here sometimes. But as you can see, we're in the just chatting category because we like to say hello to everyone first. You know, welcome everyone in, and then we'll get into coding. And today we're doing code reviews. Cool. So any of the names listed here you can set as your team. What should I set as my... I'm going to do Napster. That one's always fun. So you can pick any word, any word on this page, and then do !team, followed by that team name, and it will put the badge in the overlay. So if I say hi, you can see that I have the Napster logo. Napster is still a thing. The thing is, like, Napster got purchased, and like now they make money instead of, I don't know. Eventually, yeah. So we've talked about it before. We want to make it so that we have all the programming languages, because right now that thing doesn't support all of them. And thank you, Revive Newt, for the hydrate. Cheers. Nice. Yeah. That definitely is happening. Okay, so you can set your team, and you can also set your country. So if you do !country or !flag, followed by a 2-character country code. Like for me, it's the US, but for you, might be something different. But you can also, if you spell the country name right, that will work too. Team Blockbuster. And that'll put your country flag there. And then the last thing is setting your status. So you can see that I am currently trying my best, but you can set your status to be anything you want. I'm going to set mine to be reviewing code. And now my messages will say reviewing code at the bottom. Be polite, exactly. The tricky thing is I haven't set up emotes to work in the status overlay just yet. Greetings, Glinkus. Welcome. Yeah, I'm using OBS. If you check out my YouTube channel, actually I haven't done an overview of my OBS setup, but if you go to my YouTube and just search for Coding Garden Stream Setup, there's a stream where I talk about all the gear that I use, and also I have a page with all the gear that I use, but it's all hooked up to OBS, like coding.garden/gear. You can see the things, all the things, and then if you go all the way to the bottom, this is how it's all hooked up. And OBS is running on this streaming computer over here, and what I'm using right now is a MacBook. Yes. Oh, we got 2. We got 2 reviews. Very good. All right, I think we're very close to getting started with the reviews. Yep, using a $30 microphone. Exactly. It sounds okay. I think one of the only issues probably is there's a lot of what's the word when there's lots of, I don't want to do it, like lots of S sounds like that. Yeah. The command is set status. Watch the Max with the donation, who says, I think my last dono message was cut. What are you thinking about GitHub Actions and CI/CD? Wish you had a good day. Well, thank you very much. Yeah, your last message just said hello. Thank you for those donations. GitHub Actions look cool. I like the fact that it's integrated with GitHub, and I use GitHub at work. I use GitHub here at home. And so it's cool. I haven't set it up yet though, but I have used like Travis CI in the past, and so it seems sort of similar to that, but actually it's just integrated with GitHub, so it seems cool. But we need to do a stream pretty soon where I actually do that. The command is set status. Can we give Seedly points? Yeah, I think so. That's the command, by the way, set status. But if someone really, really wants a code review and you're prepared, you have the code ready to go and all that good stuff, then yes, I will allow people with a lot of points to give points to other people. Yeah. Google team is not working. Make sure there's only one space between the command. I don't know. And Enigmatic Z, thank you for that follow. And Lychee, thank you for the follow. I haven't looked at macOS 11. I'm an intern working with Node and React. I'm trying to turn into full-time. Any tips to be noticed and take initiative? Do your best. And also, just the fact that you're thinking about taking initiative is good enough, because that's better than 90% of other people out there who are just trying to collect a paycheck. So do your best, be kind, and the rest will follow. That's my advice. Yeah, I need to get some GitHub Actions going. I saw this. I don't know all the details of it yet, but the fact that they're switching from Intel potentially means we might lose support on like Hackintoshes and stuff like that. So seems weird. I don't know. Mods cannot unset statuses. Is there anything bad? If there's anything bad, just let me know. Yeah, cool. Nice. Well, thank you, Lychee. How do you say your name? Lychee. What's up? Sem Sorachos. So, Semarak. Semarak Chaos. Welcome to the show. I've got points to gift. I want to do a code review, but don't have any code ready. That's okay. And if you all want to like chat in the Discord to figure out like if you want to give people points and stuff like that, feel free. It is bonkers, but I've talked about it before, but if you want to do mobile app development, you pretty much and you want to support iPhones, you pretty much need a MacBook. And it's really the best of all the worlds. It's a shame that we're like, you have to use a MacBook to even do that, but I can run Windows on this, I can run Linux on this, and I can run Xcode and all that good stuff. If you're reading this, it's too late. Oh no! I don't have a list of JavaScript best practices. Search for JavaScript clean code. Somebody's created a repo with all that. All right, we gotta get started. Game Freak, thank you for that follow. Oh, you've done it. You've set yours to Japan. Lacheese. Well, thank you, Ron Dev. Thanks for being here. Samsara Chaos. All right. What are we doing? Lakshman. Where are you at, Lakshman? Say hi in the chat if you're here, because Lakshman has the first review. And Ron Dev, thank you for that follow. And Suji, thanks for the code review. Redemption. We'll get there. Where is Lakshman? Yeah, I completely agree. And actually, I will point you to this. If you go to coding.garden/videos, and you click on setting up a Mac for web development, I did this recent, probably a couple months ago, on setting up a Mac. And the first part of this stream was just me talking about that very thing. And one of the things that came up in one of the points basically is, yeah, like this is the world we live in. It's really a shame that you have to use a Mac to do those things, but it's like vendor lock-in. I don't know. But you can hear my opinions on that video. Okay, Lakshman, are you ready though? Are you ready? I'm gonna get set up. We're gonna set a 15-minute timer. We might go a little bit longer than that depending on the code review, but I'm gonna try my best. And we will look at your code pen now. And actually, let me bring up Discord for just a second. And Lakshman, I will DM you Is your name Lakshman on Discord as well? Because I'll DM you and we can chat there. It'll be easier than chatting in the chat. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna. So the thing is, right? It's a code pin. So it'll be a little bit tricky, but a live share would be good, so everyone else can see the code as well. Let me see if I can find Lakshman. Oh yeah, there's literally a user named Lakshman. I'm gonna assume that it's you. Let's see. Clever Craze, what's up, dude? Hello. Are you the person who requested the code review? Is that you? I'm not getting any confirmation in the chat. So I'm DMing them on Discord really quick. Oh, well, welcome, Clever Craze. What's up, Florin Pop? How's it going? Shout out Florin Pop. He's a streamer here. He also comes from the land of YouTube. They're asking for a voice call. Can you just... are you the person? Say yes in Twitch chat. Come on, Lakshman, you can do it. Everyone ping Lakshman. Tell him to say hi in the Twitch chat. Lakshman, Lakshman. And Q21R, thank you for that follow. Much appreciated. I need confirmation. So I see you're saying hi in the Discord, but I need to confirm that you're the same person. So say hi in the Twitch chat. Because otherwise we could get a totally random person here. He did say yes? Oh, I should probably search for it. Lakshman. Okay, he said yes. Okay, sorry. I just missed it. The chat's moving. I am the person. Nice! Nice! Congrats! You are the person. We'll see whether or not we need a voice chat, but in the meantime, let's just start to take a look at the code. So, this is Lakshman. And they provided a link to this code pin. I'll go ahead and share the code pin in the here as well, so y'all can take a look at it. And looks like it's a game of sorts. Let's just try to play it. Red plays first. Blue's turn. Red's turn. But what's the point? What's the point? I don't know how. What is this game called? Anybody know what this game is called so I can look it up? Yeah, so I'll take a look at the JavaScript. Mula? Mula. 9-Man Morris. Classic Romanian game. Is it called Mula? Yeah, no worries. It says, well, this is GermanLife.com, but I'm sure it's others as well. And I haven't even started the timer yet. I want to acquaint myself with this game just in general. Is there another name for it that might give better search results? And Dr. Power, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. 9-Man Morris. Okay, we'll look at that. 9-Man Morris. A strategy board game for 2 players dating at least to the Roman Empire. Very cool. And El Moody, thank you for the follow. The game is also known as 9-Man Morris, Mill Mills, The Mill Game, Merrill's, Morales, 9-Penny Marl. The game has also been called Cowboy Checkers. Okay. I mean, it kind of looks like Othello, if anybody's ever played Othello. Can anyone confirm if it's similar to Othello? No, not that. I don't want to search there. I want to search here. Othello? No, maybe not. Okay. You need to have 3 dots on a line or diagonal. Okay, that's the main point of the game. All right. Well, thank you, Javis. So the rules. The game proceeds in 3 phases: placing min on vacant points, moving min to adjacent points. Oh, so you can move them. And then the optional phase, moving min to any vacant point when the player has been reduced to 3 min. Okay, so phase 1, placing pieces. The game begins with an empty board. The players determine who plays first, then take turns placing their min one per play on empty points. Okay, so we take turns and we fill up the board. Is that accurate? So we're going to do back and forth to fill up lines only, not diagonals. Okay, so we go back and forth to fill up the board, and then we go into phase 2. Is that accurate? And Lifer Code, thank you for the follow. And Sulj, thank you for the follow. Wait, what was that? Press the what button? I might have accidentally acknowledged that message. Sorry. Okay. All right, phase 2. Players continue to alternate moves, this time moving him. Okay, yeah, so first phase is to lay everything. So let's just get that going. Yeah, we have so this chat overlay has been pen tested for like 6 months. Yeah, there are only certain things that are supported. As all the coins are placed and it's time to move the coin, for moving the coin, please select the coin and then press the required position. Okay, I thought the board was going to fill up, but I guess it didn't. The board did not fill up, which means we only have a certain number of pieces. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 pieces each. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, yeah, so it needs... Oh, okay, so it needs space. Okay. So select and move a red mill. Select it. Oh, and then you choose where you want it to go. Oh, very cool. So, and now it's blue's turn. That's true. You can't move if you fill up the board. So I'm going to move there. And now it's red's turn. And I'm going to move there. The aim is to corner aim the opponent. Okay. Now the idea is to make a line and get the opponent's piece out. The goal is to remove all opponent's coins. Okay, so how do you... yeah, so I realize I'm playing with myself. I'm red and blue. But how do you get another player's piece out? When a player is reduced to 3 pieces, there is no longer a limitation on that player of moving to only adjacent points. The player's men may fly, hop, or jump from any point to any vacant point. Okay. Hey, Assets Park. I am. It's literally a 2-player game, and I'm playing myself. You make a line, 3 coins on that line. All right, let's try to make a line, and then we'll see what happens. What's the... Okay, actually, I could do this. Boom. I got a line. Now, red... Oh, so I see. When you... yeah, I should get better at reading the directions, but when you make a line, you can choose any point on the board to remove. And actually, this was a really good decision on my part to remove this red one because it prevented them from getting 3 in a line. Oh, thank you, Javis. When you make a line, then you'll be able to remove the opponent's coin. Yeah, and you can choose anyone on the board. Very cool. Okay. And is there anything else I should know? So basically, this keeps happening. So now it's red's turn. I'm going to try to get this line going. It's blue's turn. I'm going to block them from making that line. Red's turn. Can I go over here? Oh, I can. Is that valid? I can move diagonally? You can't choose from the line that was made, so only if they make a line. Okay. And no worries, Leichy. The thing is, when I first started... So, this is actually version 2. It's a complete rewrite of version 1. But in version 1, on the very first day, we instantly got cross-site scripted. And that was pretty fun. There's a clip a while back when that happened. And hello, Xdavila. Welcome. Was that a good move? Paste the code in VS Code. Yeah, we're about to look at the code. Right now, I'm just reviewing what this even is so that I could better understand the code, because I need to understand the problem to really even be able to review the code. It's not valid in moving the coin to anywhere because it didn't update the logic for... Okay. So right now, I should not have been able to move this piece here. Is that what we're saying? But I did anyways, and that's okay. Yep, that'll happen. Okay, I'm gonna move that there, and I'm gonna move that there, and then I'm gonna move this here, and SC2 modest. Thank you very much for that Twitch Prime sub. And D2313, thank you for the follow. I can only move if the spaces are connected. You should not be able to jump corners, only move the along the lines are valid. Okay, yeah, so this was an invalid move. I guess the rules haven't been updated yet to allow for that. Okay, and thank you, Happy Jojo, for that hydrate. All right, here's what I'm going to do. I am going to download this code and open it in VS Code so that it'll be easier for everyone to see the code as I review it. I'm drinking a watermelon carbonated beverage today. The logic should be updated, but this is the real game. Cool. I'm ready for the next 17-hour stream. And thank you, Florin, for that stretch. Cool. So, I have downloaded that CodePen code. I downloaded it, and now it's here as a zip file. So I'm going to unzip it. And that's going to put it in a folder called 9min Morse. And I'm going to remove that zip file. And we're going to go into there. And we're going to code review it. And actually, I think I already have VS Code open. Cool. So we've got this. We can look at the source. Cool. And I can actually go ahead and start the game in my browser. So as we potentially change the code, we will see it running in my browser. Cool. Red. Are there any errors? Maximum escape velocity. Cool. No errors. Red plays first. That doesn't seem to work. Hello, Franny. I'm doing good. I need to get this working, though. So we've got an SVG. It loads in... Wait. Well, apparently... I'll create a live share link in just a second. Oh, and thank you, Florin. Thanks for dropping by. Did we get a shout-out for Florin? Yeah. And I'll create a live share link. Yeah, so I don't see the CSS and I don't see the JavaScript. So that export from CodePen was not not the default. Yeah, but check out Florin. He streams here on Twitch. Code stuff, just like me. And Nymph, thank you for that hydrate. Florin with the bits! 162 bits. Thank you so much. Okay, I just need to get this working and then we'll start the timer and we'll actually start the review. But honestly, this is why we're in the just chatting category, because there's a whole lot of non-coding time in here. Cool. So we need the styles. I think it's just style.css. David Snyder with the 10 bits. Thank you very much. No code would certainly explain why it's not working. Yes, the code is literally not here. And then we'll add, not a link, but a script tag for the script. Yeah, and the only reason I have to do this is because I did an export from CodePen. There we go. Red plays first. Yeah, now it's centered. Nice. Nice. Okay, so this actually works. Very good. Cool. And Bin Air and Dom are the focus mode. Very cool. We'll redeem it. We'll make it happen. I have been coding for over 15 years. I have a computer science degree, but most of the web stuff that I know I was self-taught. But I do have a traditional computer science education. I don't know why I dismissed that message. And thank you, David, for that hydrate. Yeah. All right. So we're gonna do 8 minutes of focus mode. Yeah. No worries, Lakshman. That's okay. Thank you. If you do ! theme, you can get a link to my VS Code theme. Yeah, a long time. How much do I have to donate to let my hair loose? I want to keep it up. It's sometimes a pain to get it into this bun. I am 75 years old. Yeah. Okay, someone help Lechi with the status. We're going to acknowledge the follows because I appreciate you. Lucky Bluesmith, thanks for being here. Mooncake, thanks for being here. STPVI, thank you. And Watch the Max, thank you as well. Florin with the stretch 3 minutes ago. I think we did that, though. I think we did the stretch. Javis with the posture check. Remember why we're here. just be here. That's pretty much why we're here. And thank you, David, for those 11 bits. And I will create a live share, and then anybody watching that has VS Code can join VS Code, this VS Code session. Excuse me. Start a read-only. Oh, I have to sign in. That's weird. Yeah, I need to add a lot of things to the. Thank you, 420. Thanks for being here. Howdy, Murdoch Turner. How's it going? I just wrote some Perl. Nice, SPD. Okay. And I should be able to share this link, and then anybody that has VS Code can see the code that I'm writing. It should be read-only. Let's see if anybody joins. Quaternions. Weird. Not weird, but hard. And hello, Glinkus. Thank you for that follow. Go hydrate. Welcome, Rond. Welcome to the show. I think, can I disable these notifications of people joining? Doesn't matter. All right, we're gonna start the 15-minute timer, and I'm just gonna look at an overview of the code. You cannot ask to be a moderator. Moderators are it just happens. You can't expect it. So this is from Lakshman, and this is 9 Men's Morris. Did I get that right? Yeah, I mean it's 9 Men Morris. It's literally in the name of the folder. Cool. I'm gonna put all of my notes here. And Lakshman, you can answer me in Discord, but I think what you're asking for really is just an overall review, right? You want me to look at the JavaScript code, and you want me to just tell you what I think of the code, where I would improve it. Is that accurate? Just let me know in Discord. And Daniel, thank you for that follow. You get promoted. Yeah, promoted. That's a good sign. A good thing. Good way to put it. The thing is, there's so much more chatting than there is science and tech. And, I mean, my channel is very beginner friendly, so being in the just chatting category brings a lot of new people into coding, because they're just like, I mean, we're kind of just chatting. We're hanging out, you know? Hey, Sean. Lakshman! Hopefully they're still here. Actually, give me a second. I'm gonna call them on Discord, and potentially that'll be easier. My linter is throwing out mad errors. Oh, that'd be cool, huh, Doc? Hello? Can you hear me? Hey. How's it going? Yeah, nice. You're not on stream just yet. I want to make sure that we had good levels, sound levels and everything. So is it okay if I put your voice on stream? Cool, I'll do that. All right, say hello to the world.
Hello.
Everyone, let me know if the volume's good. Lakshman's voice versus my voice. Say hello again. It's good. It's good. Seems good. All right, cool. Are we getting raided? Who's raiding us?
Now everyone can hear me.
Who is raiding us? It looks like there's a raid about to happen. It just says raid. It doesn't say who. Well. Who is it? Bots? Could be bots. Lakshman, we're gonna wait for to see what's happening here because it just says raid. I don't know these people. None of these people are following. And Lost, thank you for that follow.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me properly?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Like voice is getting. Like I'm hearing your voice again and again.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Cool. Period. Somebody has a bunch of test accounts. We'll wait like 1 minute to see what's happening there, and then mods, we might have to just go time out all these users.
Okay.
They're bots, confirmed. Cool, yeah. So we're just gonna take a minute to time out these users, and then we'll get started. And Tin Man, thank you for that follow. And I like Shreks, thank you for that follow. Oh, follower only node, nice. I mean, if it was a real raid, sorry everyone, but who are you? Yeah. Yeah, bots. All right, let's do the review. And so what I had mentioned is basically what you want is just a general code review. Is there anything in specific you want me to look at?
No, like only JavaScript code is enough for me.
Okay. And is there any function in here you'd like me to look at? Or you just want me to kind of give my general thoughts on everything?
Yeah, general thoughts.
Okay, sounds good. Now, I'm just going to start at the top and start scrolling down. I think the first thing I'll mention is we see var here. And if you are, I mean,
Yeah.
this is like in the latest JavaScript, you could technically use let and const. You don't have to, but it might be good to get used to doing that. So that's just my first note, is use let and const. Are you familiar with how let and const work?
Yeah.
Cool. So like for instance, game board, if we look at everywhere where game board is used, it's probably it's never reassigned, so it would make sense to make game board a const. Oh, and I totally forgot. Somebody redeemed focus mode earlier, so let me just enable that while we do this review. And
That will be cool. Like you'll be not disturbed with the chat.
Yeah. Cool. Here we go. So, yeah, game board can be const because it is never reassigned. And so if we save that, I realize you can't see my screen, but I'm basically I'm looking at the code.
Yeah, even I'm looking at the code.
Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm at the top of the file, and I just changed game board to be a const, so that works too. And input could probably be a const as well, because it's never reassigned. So that's one point to look at, is use let and const as needed. The other thing I see is just in terms of like indentation, like we're creating this array on line 9, and the array is like really indented. It might be so that it's a bit easier to read, but my other tip would probably install a linter. I don't know if did you write this code directly in CodePen?
No, like actually I've written this code in mobile, so that's the problem.
That would definitely be a problem. That's really. I mean that's actually an awesome feat to be able to write this on mobile with a mobile keyboard. But it definitely would help if you had a what do you call it, a formatter. And technically, I mean, if you are using this on mobile, you could use something like I think it's beautifyjs.com or something like that. Beautifier.io. Yeah, you can definitely check this out because this will.
I have other compiler in my mobile.
You have a compiler?
Yeah, like only for front end, only for HTML, CSS, and JavaScript.
Okay, so I mean, can you install like something like ESLint in it?
ESLint, no. Like it's an app called Solo Learn.
Say it again. Solar Learn?
Solo Learn, yeah.
Solo Learn or Solar Learn? Oh, learn to code for free?
SOLOLEARN.
Yeah, I got it. Interesting. Okay, yeah, very cool. But But if they don't have a formatter, that I just sent you here it is. I sent you a link on Discord. That's like an online tool where you can take code, paste it in, and then it automatically tries to make it beautiful. Here, I'll do it with your code really quick just to see what it does.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and this is like one tool that you can use. So here, I'm gonna put it back in, and I know you can't see my screen, but basically it now has consistent indentation. So because you have that window.onload and all of your code is inside of it, now everything is consistently indented one indentation level for all of the variables, because technically inside of a function things should be indented rather than being all the way to the left.
Yeah, so that it'll be looking nice and it'll be easy to read the code.
Yeah, easier to read, and then eventually, if you're no longer on mobile and you're on, and you can like use VS Code or something like that, you can install ESLint and set up some linting rules, and then you can define all of your rules. Because right now that tool I sent you has some default rules. But with ESLint, you can say, I want a 2-space tab, and I actually don't want indentation inside my functions. For whatever reason, you could set that up if you wanted to.
Okay, thanks.
Cool. Yeah. So that picks up that alignment there, and then we have line. Okay. So line, is this all of the possible lines on the grid? This array.
Yeah, like I've added the ID for each circle.
An array for each sub line, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and so like if I'm currently looking at the actual game itself. So like these 3 items here at the top, that's in an array, and then those 3, and then those 3. I see. This is making the game make a little bit more sense, because I see all of the possible places where 3 things could be aligned.
Yeah.
Okay, and so like these variables like B1 C1 B1 C2. Let's see where these are set up at.
Yeah. It's like I've used the short form, like B refers to box, and 1 refers to the first box, and C refers to the circle, and 1 refers to the first circle.
Okay.
In the first box.
Very cool. And I think, is that just, where are those variables coming from?
Like I've assigned it for each circle. Like in there is SVG circle, right? I've assigned the ID for that one.
Oh, you have an ID? Is it in the HTML?
Yeah. Yeah, it's in the HTML.
Oh, I see. Okay. So, okay, there we go. Because the circle has, like, I'm looking at line 56 in the HTML. The circle has B2, C1. Very cool. Okay, and so, basically what we're doing here is in HTML, if you put an ID on something inside of your JavaScript, you can actually reference it without creating a selector for it. So that's what you're doing there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I would say like probably a better practice is to actually write the code to select those elements in JavaScript, because right now they kind of seem like magic variables. It's for someone new to the code, it's like, oh, where is that B1 C1 variable coming from?
Okay.
So that's another point.
Like otherwise, I should have put it in a comment. Like for comment, I should have put it in.
That would help too. Yeah, just to let people know that's where it's coming from. So I'll say instead of using IDs for variables, select the elements in the code. Awesome. And then one potential refactor we could do is, instead of having to define, I'm thinking like instead of defining the grid with HTML, it might actually be possible to generate it. So like you could actually write JavaScript code that creates all of the rectangles and circles and puts them in the right place. Okay. It would probably be...
Okay, I was not knowing about it.
What was that?
Like I was not knowing about it. Like we can write JavaScript code for generating the HTML also. Yeah,
it'd be possible. We would have to do some math and like figure out like what's the relationship between like the distance between circles and the distance between rectangles and stuff like that.
Okay.
Like we could probably find a pattern, because like a circle has an X of 70 and a Y of 70. And then the next one is 100 spaces over, so its X is 170 with a Y of 70. Yeah, so I mean, we could actually write code that iterates and creates each of these circles with the correct x and y, and then we could have a variable x that increases by 100 for each of the rows, and then we could have a variable y that increases by 100 for each of the it increases by x for each of the columns and increases y for each of the rows.
Okay. Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, and so that would work because there is a relationship. It's basically they're 100 pixels apart in both x and y, and you could technically generate the items like that. Cool. So that's just one note there is, and are you familiar how you would do that? Like how you would basically write JavaScript to add the element to the page?
Like I'll figure it out.
Okay.
Like I wanted to move from the move to the logic.
Okay, so I'll check out the logic now, but that's just another point is create elements in JS instead of HTML. And that's actually a point along with instead of using IDs for the variable, because if you generate those elements in your code, then you now have access to them already in the JavaScript instead of having to write a bunch of get element by ID or query selectors. So I think that would be a good refactor. Okay, so let's move on and actually look at the game logic. So this array represents all of the points on the page.
Okay.
We have a variable for whether or not it's removed. Whether or not, so we have two variables, player 1 and player 2. So player 1 is set to true if it's player 1's turn, player 2 is set to false if it's not player 2's turn. Okay. Select, I'm guessing that's used to determine if we are currently selecting something.
Yeah. We want to select each coin, right? For that one, I've used that one.
Okay. And we have n equals 18. Is that the number of dots?
No, like I was developing, right? So like if it's 18 means then I want to see the logic for all the 18 numbers. Like I want to place all the 18 coins, then only the game ends.
Oh,
so
okay.
like I've used it as a like if I can put up a 6 number 6, then it will be possible like only 6 coins can be placed and improve my logic fastly, like that.
Okay, and so basically, like, when the number of placed items gets to n, then you know that it's time to start playing the game? Is that what that's used for?
Yeah. Like whenever all the coins are placed, then it starts to, like, it is the time to move the coins.
Cool. Okay, so now we have an event a click listener on the game board. And, oh, this is interesting, e.target.closest. So you're finding the closest circle that they clicked on. Very cool. And then for that circle, so your selected variable is actually what is the selected circle on the page. I see. And because you already have those, I guess they're set by ID, and you have them in that line array, you can access them later on. Okay, so if it's clicked, when it's clicked,
like the first selecting red coin for move and the selecting blue coin for move is actually after all the coins are placed. So actual logic start like the beginning of the logic is from the next if condition.
Okay. Yeah, let me just take all this in because there's a lot of if statements here. So, the first one is if we clicked on a red circle. The next one is if we clicked on a blue circle.
Like there is a function called add circle, right?
Let's check that out. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, it's add and it takes in the circle.
Yeah.
And then it sets whether it should be white, blue, or red, depending on whose turn it was and where it was, when and why it was clicked, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like if I didn't mention white means then the player could select the red coin so that the red coin will become blue. So only I added the condition white over there.
Okay. Cool. So here's my first point of like how we could improve this is right now instead of having lots of different variables like P1, P2, selected, all of those different things, you could use like an object that has all of those things on it. So we could have something that's like a game state, and game state is an object with several different properties. And then instead of having to have multiple variables for whether or not it's like player one's turn or player's two turn, you could have a property on your game state that's something like current player. And current player could be set to like 0 or 1, or true or false, and then you could use that in your game code. So that's one point of feedback is it can be hard to track all of these different variables that we're accessing to determine the logic. So instead, if we put it into a game state object, it'll be a lot easier to see where is that game state being accessed. So that's my next point of feedback. Use a game state object. And then we'll take a look at that logic in the function, because one thing that we're doing right now is we're actually using properties of the circle to determine what the state of that circle is, right? We're looking at the color.
Yeah, we are using the properties.
Yeah, and so and that can be I mean, this works, and obviously the game works. I mean, I think you still have to add logic for preventing certain moves, but I mean, this works. That's fine. But another way to do it is in kind of more like an object-oriented style. So instead of reaching directly for that element, like the circle DOM element, and seeing if its fill is red, you could have an object that represents every circle on the page, and each of those objects could have properties like color, x location, y location, all that good stuff. Okay. And by doing that, it's going to clean up this this start game listener a whole lot, because instead of seeing like get attribute or get element by ID, you're basically just working with objects, and then each one of those objects could have a property that is like element. Yeah, Acid Spark in the chat says shadow game board. It's kind of like the shadow DOM, and I'll show you an example of what that might look like. So we could have a function that's like create circle, and it takes in the DOM element, so the actual element that's on the page, and potentially it takes in like a location as well. So this could return an object that has that location property, has that element property, but it could have some other states like current color, which could be set to like an enum. So you could have colors, and then you could have red. And I'll share this code because I'm writing some. It's basically like pseudocode. It's not going to work immediately, but it gives you some ideas of how you can improve the code. And I'll share I'll share this with I'll share this with you afterwards.
Okay.
So yeah, we can create an enum for like colors. You can't hear it, but an alarm was just going off because that was 15 minutes. But I'm going to keep going because there's some more stuff I want to say. Cool. So that was very loud. Yeah, sorry, everyone. I don't think you could hear it, Lakshman, but everyone on the stream could hear it. 100% heard it. Cool. So, and actually I'll share this code with you. I'm trying to think, is there anything else we need to know about a circle? So, and typically, like when you're trying to structure your code this way, you try to think about like what is the state of each of your, basically your game objects, because in this game you've created, each of the little dots here is a game object, right? It has state associated with it, like where is it on the screen, what color is it, those kinds of things.
Yeah.
So here, I'm just going to share this code in the Discord so you can get an idea for what I'm saying.
Should I look at it now only, or can I look it up?
Say again?
Should I look at it now only, or can I look at it afterwards?
Oh, you can look at it after, and I'll share a code pin with all of this code too.
Okay.
I know it's difficult though because you're on mobile, so you have to like switch back and forth between apps. But basically we have a function. We take in the element, and that element can actually be the circle on the page. Oh yeah, and Acid Spark in the chat has a really good point. It could also store its neighbors. So each object could have an array of neighbors, and then when you have the logic that's checking if there's a line, each circle can basically say, oh, what's the color of the neighbor circles, that kind of thing. Have you written like object-oriented code before?
No, like in my studies, I have done like in C++, I have written object-oriented
Okay. Yeah, and so I mean, you can apply a lot of those same principles to JavaScript, and
Yeah.
it's one way to organize the code. I wouldn't say it's the best way, but it is one way. And have you
Yeah.
watched? Go ahead.
Like that's what I wanted. Like the alternatives of this code. Like I wanted that things.
Yeah. Have you watched Coding Train on YouTube?
Yeah, yeah, I watched that.
Yeah, I mean, if he has a ton of great videos just on, I mean, really any of his code challenges you watch, a lot of times he solves it in like an object-oriented way, and that gives you a good idea of how you could structure this. But yeah, I think object-oriented would be like the approach to take because it'll clean the code up a little bit. You'll be reaching less into the DOM, and another like a benefit of doing that is like all of the game logic can basically be separated from all of the DOM logic, right? Because we have actual logic here that like gets the attributes and sets the attributes and gets elements. But if we extract all of the core game logic to something separate that doesn't depend on all of that, then you could take that same game logic and implement it with different things. You could use it in React or use it in Vue or use it elsewhere to implement the game rather than just in the DOM.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to spend like 5 more minutes just to see if I can find anything else. And then we'll go. Okay. But this has been fun. Has this been...
I've written everything from that only, like using get attribute and set attribute. I've written the whole code with that only. Actually.
Yeah. And that's okay, because it works, obviously. But there are better ways. Has this been helpful so far?
Yeah, it's been helpful. Like I've learned many things.
Cool. Okay, so now we have moving the coin. So basically, I'm gonna look at this if statement here. So, if the current circle is white, then that means that it can be moved, and if there is no selected element, then that means that we are able to move the coin. So we're doing set the fill attribute. What is this SC variable?
Just like okay.
I think is the like, selected user.
Yeah, kind of like see when I get the attribute of the that circle, but like wait. You can check it out in like I've written the comment right there. Selecting different blue coin for move or red coin for move. I've used SC variable there.
Oh, sorry, can you say that again?
I've written a comment like selecting different red coin for move right over there. I've used SC variable over there.
Oh, okay. So you're setting the attribute of SC be black and then getting that element
before that selecting blue coin for move. Actually the both are kind of same.
Mm-hmm.
Selecting blue coin for move or a red coin for move, I've used the SC variable over there, and I've got access to that like selecting different red coin for move.
Okay. And so that SC is specifically the element that you're trying to move. Is that accurate?
Yeah, like okay. Select change. Yeah, select change. You can change the selected coin for another circle.
Okay, cool. So we have that, and then if move is divisible by 2, then it's blue's turn. But if an even numbered move is blue, and an odd numbered move is red.
Yeah.
So we're keeping track of the number of moves. Is that used anywhere else? Like, is the game over after a certain number of moves, or is that just to determine whose turn it is?
Yeah, I've written it over there, like in a function add circle. Like when all the 18 coins are placed, then it'll like you got an alert, right?
Oh yeah, all the coins have been placed. I see. Okay.
Yeah. So
when count is equal to that number that we talked about before, then it's time to move. And and then move starts getting incremented from there with each move that is made.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Count will be stable there, and move gets incremented.
Cool. All right, and then we have this nested loop here. So it goes from I equals 0 all the way up to I equals 16. and then an inner loop I
Yeah.
equals 0 to 3. And then we're looking at that array of lines. So that first thing that we talked about with all of the pieces inside of it.
Yeah.
I guess we're checking to see if it's equal to the moved mill. Interesting. You might not actually need the looping. So moved mill. Well,
Actually, that's for checking the line. Like whenever you get a three circles in a single line,
Mhm.
then I'll be checking with all those things. Like you have seen the array, right? I'll be checking with all those things. If all the colors are same, then it'll be time to remove the opponent's coin.
I see. And so, but I'm thinking we might not need this iteration because if we know the element that they clicked on, then we can determine which elements are in that line instantly because of that array that you created.
Yeah, like, I think I got you now. Like instead of like looping through all those things, we can judge it from the previous move. Is this what you're saying?
Not necessarily the previous move. Let me see if I can, if I change this code, if it still works, and that might be what I'm talking about. So basically, instead of iterating over the entire set of lines, we can. My alarm was going off again, and it was really, really loud. Guess I can't set the volume on it. Oh well. We're gonna. I'm sorry.
Already 15 minutes got over.
What's that? Oh no, I'm gonna.
Like already.
Yeah, that was 5 minutes, but I'll keep talking because this is fun. Okay, so basically, what you're doing is you're searching through that array of arrays to find the specific moved mill. I see. Because if you find that specific inner array, then you know what's on the left or the right of it, so you can determine that specific line to see if everything is red or blue, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And so I think this kind of goes back to like if you use object-oriented design, like you could, instead of having to search for that specific circle that was clicked on inside of your array of arrays, you could instantly get access to what its neighbors are, like someone in the chat mentioned earlier. So basically, when an element is clicked on, you can just say, are my neighbors the same color as me? And if that's the case, then that user gets to remove a point or remove a thing, remove an opponent's piece, right?
Okay.
Cool. And then
Is object oriented like those stuff you said, right? Is it available in MDN?
they might have some articles on it. I would say like Coding Train is probably one of the best resources for learning about object-oriented programming because he makes a lot of game-style things that where they turn things into objects. He implements them as objects, and then there's like draw and update code, which actually handles what the user sees, but the logic itself is object-oriented. Let me see really quick. There might be something on OOP. Okay. Object-oriented JavaScript for beginners. Yeah, there's some MDN articles on OOP. Yeah. It may not be. Yeah, it may not be specific to what you're creating right now, but it's definitely a good place to start. I'll say that. Okay, I'm just gonna look a little bit more. This next for loop goes from 0 to 16, and that's checking the lines. I guess I haven't gotten that far in the game. When do the lines get set to be, or do the circles get set to be yellow?
Yeah, actually, it's a stroke color will become yellow, so indicating that we should remove the opponent's coin.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then for removing the coin,
it'll again go through all the array actually.
Yeah, so we could clean this up a little bit because if we've already found it, then we should be able to set it to a different color.
Yeah.
So let me see. So yeah, actually, so you have the checking for a line and then removing the coin. I think the code inside of removing the coin, you can just move that into the previous for loop, right? Because on line 154, you're setting the stroke of each of those things to be yellow. So you already know where that line is.
Okay.
And so like those two if statements, the if that attribute is red and if the attribute is blue, I think you can move that like right after line 157. You can do it inside of there.
Okay, like the whole thing can be moved towards there.
Say that again. Sorry.
Yeah, like the old part of the logic, removing the coin logic can be replaced to checking for the line in only.
I think so. They can be combined, so that way you don't have to loop twice. Because ultimately you set the stroke to be yellow, and then in the next for loop you find the element where the stroke was set to yellow. So because you've already found it in the previous loop, you could put your code there.
After that yellow thing, then again the event listener again we should wait for the next click, right? So only I think I've added I've created another logic for it.
Okay, so you say removed. That line is set to false and removed is set to true, and then in the next for loop, you set it back to false. Okay.
Like whenever the third coin is placed, then at that moment only it will become yellow. But we should wait for the next click, right?
I see. So
Yeah.
Okay, because this click, I see. So all of this code runs every single time, but only certain parts of it happen based on certain things. Okay, because so that actually that makes sense for it to be in a separate place, because on one click you need to set it to yellow, and then on the next click you need to choose the one that should be moved. Yeah. Okay. That makes sense. So I think another way to clean this up is like probably each of the for loops or each of the items that have a comment on them, they could probably be a function that you can call directly. So like
yeah, I think I've tried that, but whenever I wanted to get the attribute of it like passing through the function, then it made me some problems. So only I've put it everywhere, everything there only.
Yeah, it gets tricky because you are dealing with a lot of variables, and so if you have to call a function, then you have to pass all of those variables in. It definitely gets tricky. And so my point earlier about having a game state object, that would make it a little bit easier, because you could basically just pass the entire game state around to these different functions, and then you don't have to pass a bunch of variables in.
Okay.
Cool. All right, I think that's it for the review. Do you have any other questions for me or thoughts or anything like that?
Like, how can we improve my JavaScript logic?
I like practice is probably the easiest way. So like doing things like code katas or doing different projects like this. I mean, I think the more projects you build like this, the more patterns you're going to recognize, and like the code that you write will potentially get better if you're trying to get better, and then you can apply those learnings to other projects as well. So if you try to implement a similar game, like first maybe like try to clean this one up and potentially do OOP, create some functions, make the code a little bit nicer, and then from there try to do a new game and use those same principles that you learned. Instead of coding it the exact same way, try to make it a little bit better.
Okay. Like you're saying that whenever a game is there, whenever we wanted to create a game, then OOP is best.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say best, but it's definitely better than just a bunch of logic, because it gets tricky to follow. Like even for yourself when you're coding it, you're like, oh, what was that variable name? Or there's just a lot more code. Whereas OOP forces you to kind of like structure your code and kind of think in that way. So yeah.
Okay.
Cool. And there's like one comment in the chat, like some lines have semicolons, some don't. If you find a way to use a linter or even a beautifier, they can enforce rules that say like you always have semicolons or you don't have semicolons.
Yeah, even like this didn't alert me to put the semicolon, so I neglected it.
Yeah,
actually.
And it's I think one of the things about code style is you just want to be consistent. So if you want to use semicolons, you should pick semicolons. There's actually a good comment in the chat. Andy the Hun says, tell him to make changes so he can have 2 game boards on at the same time. And this is actually just a good way to think about object-oriented programming, and like basically encapsulating state is if you could take your code and it could be running simultaneously, and we got a tier 2 sub from Dolderer. Thank you very much, Dolderer. But if you could write your code so that you could have 2 boards on the page at the same time, and there would be very little copy pasted code. Basically, you would just call your function to create the board and call your function to like allow the game to run. If you can structure your code so that that's possible, that's a good goal to have in terms of like object-oriented design.
Okay. And one more last question. Like, see, I wanted to create with this game with a single player. Like another player should be played by the computer. So I was thinking of I've given an ID for all those circles. So for the click, I could randomly call a circle, and so that the click happens. Can it be done like that, or it should be done in a different way?
I would think instead of technically the way your code is written right now, that'd probably be the easiest. So when it basically you can take, technically your function that's called start, that's the function that runs on every single click, right? So what you could do is you could say if player 1 just played, then instead of trying to click the element, you can just say call the start function, and you could pass in potentially what circle got clicked on. But this is where it gets a little bit harder to do that with the code that you have, because you would have to determine do you choose a random circle, or which circle do you choose for the computer to click on? But technically you could just call this same function again, pass in the circle that the computer clicked on, and then your game logic should just work. It definitely would be easier to do once you have object-oriented style. Because each of the and I don't want to discourage you. This is great. The fact that you got this working this way is awesome. But it's definitely the next step, the next way to try to write some stuff.
Yeah, that's what I wanted actually.
Cool. And you're getting a ton of props in the chat for people that are saying, I can't believe you did this on mobile. Great job. It's real dedication. That's awesome. Awesome.
Okay, I should wait for next tomorrow to read all those chats again.
Yeah, definitely. And it's definitely really encouraging if you see the chats that people are saying. They say you're doing a good job. So keep it up. Ricky says amazing. All right, I'll let you go. Thanks for redeeming this. This was fun. And I'll post any other notes that I made in the Discord, and I'll also potentially fork the code pen, and I'll give you a link to that too.
Okay, I thought you'd have put my name instead of 9 Morris.
In terms of the folder name, is that what you mean, or?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I'll do that. I'll put it in a nested folder. You can be forever immortalized in the Git repo with your name. Yeah. All right. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Bye. Well, that was fun. I think we have there was a ton of chats happening while we did that. I gotta check a lot of things. A lot of things happen, but I'll get caught up. That was really fun. And actually, yeah, cool. Let's see. We got bits. No, we had a tier 2 sub. Thank you, Dolderer, for that tier 2 sub. And anything else happen? Yes, that makes a lot of sense. And we only have one other redemption. That's totally fine, because that one took probably 30 minutes or so, which is okay. That was fair and fun. Yeah, we got a bunch of follows too. I'll acknowledge all the follows, and then Shuchi, if you're still in the chat, say hello now and prepare yourself, because we will review your code next. And Dids with the Twitch Prime sub, thank you very much. Did we end up turning follower only mode off? Cool. Yeah, and I didn't mention it, Lakshman, but if you're still listening, that's probably the next step. After you restructure the code and get it a little bit nicer to work with, you could start to introduce a server, and then you could have a 2-player game with remote players. Doc did great. Nice. All right, we got a bunch of follows. I'm going to acknowledge all of you because I appreciate you. Thank you, Rawo, for the follow. Thank you, Mr. Balrog. Thank you, Wylux. Thank you to Raiderby and Dinos and Cypher and Saraskazi and Experts VT, thank you, and Influence 365 and About That Confetti. Thanks for being here. And Vainza and Wolfer and Gibber and Ricochet, thank you very much. And Key 15 Corolla, thank you. And Archies and Cryptic Dreams, thank you. And Daredevil Das and Dreams of Vinny and SDLK FNGOD KFNG KNDFI, thank you for that follow. And Wamau and Genki Doodle and Emanese, thank you for the follows. We got some redemptions. Nymph with the hydrate, thank you very much. VV Michael with the hydrate as well. Q21R with that posture check 22 minutes ago. I might have posture checked when I saw it in the chat, but I think I missed it. And Samsara Chaos, thank you for that hydrate as well. Jer, posture check. Hello Chicken with the hydrate. What's up, Hello Chicken? And VV Michael with the stretch. Everybody stretch. Yeah, you're very welcome, Lakshman. Thanks for doing that. I appreciate you. And definitely, like when you make updates or if you have questions, post it in the Discord. So it'll be cool to see how that code evolves once you implement some suggestions that we had. Welcome, Oh, thank you. He said my name. Avatar says, I'm an experienced developer and I'm about to learn JavaScript. I know and use C# at work and know some Python. What's the best resource to pick up JavaScript really quickly? I want to do mostly backend stuff and a bit of front end with you. This is a great question, and I haven't really thought about that. Because most of the time, I'm on at least on this channel, I'm dealing with people that are complete beginners to programming in general. I would say like it's probably not a way to get up and going fast, but I will say this. So I myself also came from a C# background, and you see JavaScript, and it looks very similar because it's a C-style language. But if you do not learn about like prototypical inheritance or just like some of the, not necessarily gotchas, but just like how JavaScript works and how it's different from C#, you're going to have a much better time. Because if you approach it like you want it to be C# and you're treating it like C#, you're going to have a bad time. That's where a lot of people get salty with JavaScript because it's a different language. It looks the same, but it's very different. So my one point of advice is do not treat it like C#, treat it like its own language, even though it looks similar. And one of my favorite resources for learning JavaScript is You Don't Know JS. It's by Kyle Simpson. And what I like about this book, it's free to read on GitHub, but what I like about it is that, second edition. Is there first edition? Oh no. They all used to be free. Oh, first edition. They can be found here. Here we go. Here we go. Yeah, so this is free to read, and I guess he's working on a second edition. But what I like about this book series is it teaches you about how JavaScript works. Closures, first-class functions, how this works, and especially like ES6, which is the latest and greatest JavaScript, which you probably should learn because that's what a lot of the latest code is being written in. But that's my recommendation. Treat JavaScript like its own language, and don't try to make it C# because it's not, and you're going to have a much better time. And that's one of my favorite resources. Yeah, you're very welcome, Lakshman. All right, no worries, Depopom. Thanks for being here. I'll see ya, Q21. A weather app. Possibly. The last time I checked out a weather app, I got rickrolled, so I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, we have mods. You can't share your seedlings directly, but I was going to say you... Great drop, procrastinating with CJ. I was going to say other people could use your seedlings for a review, but we really only have time for like 1 or 2 more reviews. And Manos, thank you for that follow. Thank you, Happy Jojo. I try to stay positive. I mean, there's a lot going on in the world. It's the best I can do. I don't know. And Wilkong, thank you for that follow. We need points to down your entire drink. That happened one time. We hydrated for 5 minutes straight. I'm not going to let that happen again, but thank you, Happy Jojo, for that hydrate. Dank Meme Master, what's up, dude? Yeah, I'll take a look. Informath. Actually, Informath, if you... I'll take a look. Just send me the link right now, and I will take 2 minutes to look at your project, because I know you asked about it last time. Landed here from YouTube. Love your content. What's your break timer? Is it available for Windows? Where did I learn Node? Which packages do I use? So many questions! My break timer, if you do !break in the chat, you can get a link to it, but it's only supported on Mac. There's one called Stretchly, which works with cross-platform. I learned Node just by doing. So, like was mentioned a few minutes ago, I come from a C# background, and 4 or 5 years ago, node.js was this new hot thing. I mean, it'd been around for a couple years, but it was really like picking up popularity back then. And I was like, I want to learn that. That looks cool. And I just learned it. Yeah, and pretty much all the things in that URL shortener video, that's a lot of the things I use by default in backend apps. But I also use a framework called Feathers.js, which is a bit more on top of it. But yeah, you don't know JavaScript yet. He changed the name. You don't know JavaScript yet. No salty coding. Yeah, Eloquent JavaScript is pretty cool. And actually, yeah, if you're an experienced programmer, I definitely recommend Eloquent. But what I like about You Don't Know JS is that Kyle Simpson does not... He doesn't like really push any opinions on what's like a better way to do things in JavaScript. He just explains this is how JavaScript works. And then it's up to you to take that knowledge and use it wisely. Because another really popular JavaScript book is... JavaScript: The Good Parts by Douglas Crockford, and Kyle Simpson disagrees that we should only look at the good parts and tries to explain how the language works overall, and then as a competent developer, an informed developer, you can make your own decisions about what are the good and bad parts. Cool, yeah, but Eloquent is also free to read. And I don't really recommend this for beginners because it can get very terse at times, like hard to parse, there's a lot of stuff. But it is a totally free online resource, so check it out. Oh, I'll talk about this really quick. I use DuckDuckGo as my default search engine. It's a wonderful thing. They support they respect your privacy. But one of the cool things about DuckDuckGo is they have these things called bang commands. You can do ! And then search across many different other services. And so MDN is one of those services you can search across. You can also search NPM or GitHub or Wikipedia. It's pretty much all I use. And then every now and then, if the DuckDuckGo search results aren't the best, I'll jump out to Google. And if you do ! G, you can jump out to Google. But my bar here is DuckDuckGo, so I can do GitHub. What should I search for? Vue.js on GitHub. And so that'll jump out to GitHub with that specific search term. Like that. Yeah, but shout out DuckDuckGo. JavaScript info, check that out for sure. Yep. Yep. All of those Kyle Simpson books are good. Yeah, I think did we get the link for taking a break? I thought I had a better chat message than that, but this is the break timer that I use. Like I mentioned, if you're on Windows or something else, yeah, there we go, Stretchly. Thank you, Andrew. You can check out Stretchly, which works on other operating systems. Mark, check out my VS Code settings. So if you go to here, VS Code settings, there is a section with my JSON here. And specifically, this part right here, the editor token color customizations. In that, I set my logical, arithmetic, assignment, and bitwise operator to have no font style, and that disables the italics. So if you take a look at these settings, that'll get you there. JavaScript for impatient programmers. Yeah, there's also learn X in Y minutes. This is pretty cool. Like, we can click on JavaScript, and it's basically an annotated thing of different languages, and it shows you like how to types work, all that good stuff. But I really like, I highly recommend that you do not try to use JavaScript like C#. Treat it like its own thing, its own beautiful thing with all its own beautiful features and ways of doing things, and you'll have a much better time. And potentially, like, JavaScript for impatient programmers might tell you, or might treat it like you're take it from the perspective that you already know a lot and you're just going to apply that, and you can, but like I said, give JavaScript a chance. Am I good at writing tests? Not really. I try my best, but here's the thing. What I really don't like is having a test coverage quota, because you can have 100% coverage of your code base, but that 100% coverage is potentially only like 10% of actual cases. So this is just a metric that we tell business people and non-technical people so that they can know that we're testing. But the real thing you should shoot for is actually like testing all of the cases that happen in the real world, and not just getting coverage. But yeah, and I write tests for front end and back end, but I try to be pragmatic about it. Like if we ever encounter a bug, I'll write a test that replicates that bug and make sure that that bug never shows up. Those kinds of things. Yeah, I'm trying my best. Hey, you're welcome, Anacodes. Yeah, and these are other good resources too. Free Code Camp, Code Academy. If you're totally new to programming, these are really good resources. How hard is it to code small Twitch-related apps like your Twitch chat tracker thing? It's so easy. It is so easy. And I'll tell you why. With JavaScript specifically. So TMI.js is a library that interfaces with Twitch IRC, and this is all the code that it takes to listen for messages in chat. It's all the code it takes. This function gets called whenever a message gets added. If you want to send messages in chat, you will need an OAuth token, but then you can just do client.say. But yeah, this library is great. It's extremely easy to create things with it. Yeah, and Alka, we'll see him. I'm 7 minutes behind on chat, but this is Alka. Where are we at? Oh, here. This is Alka. He's the maintainer of that library. He's also a mod here on this channel. But yeah, it's easy. The game I last reviewed? Oh, that last game was called Nine Men's Morris. Nine Men Morris. And it was created by Lakshman on a mobile phone, which is crazy. And thank you, Nocturnal Conspiracy, for that hydrate. I'll check that out. So other people are mentioning that. JavaScript for impatient programmers. Get started quickly by initially focusing on modern features. Actually, I think that's a good place to start too, because there's a lot of old JavaScript out there, but there's a lot of new. Like the thing is, we call them new features. They got introduced in ECMAScript 2015, and even before that, the features were out there in certain browsers that you could use. So they've been around for 5 years now, but still, there are people that do not use the latest features. So I think that's a good place to start. I'll have to check this out. Bookmarked. Promise. What? I don't know what that was from, Alex. And thank you, No Such Method Exception, for that follow. And Crystal Scar, thank you very much. I have not done much with WebGL. No, I've used 3JS, which under the hood, I know it does WebGL stuff, but I've never directly coded it. Check out MetaWeather. That's one. There's also Dark Sky and Open Weather Map. What if you're a completely inexperienced coder and just starting to learn? What resources do you recommend for somebody like me that has literally no experience and just work with networks in his life? I would definitely check out Free Code Camp. It's a fantastic free online resource. And the thing about being a beginner and like trying to like self-learn is that there are so many resources. It can be really hard to figure out like what is your path, what do you learn first, what do you learn next, that kind of thing. And Free Code Camp has done an amazing job of breaking all of that down. So if you go into like responsive web design and you look at basic HTML and HTML5, this is basically like a breakdown of all the things you need to learn. And they have an online in-browser place where you can learn to code. They teach you about HTML, CSS, design, Flexbox, which is like layout, and then you can get into JavaScript programming. But what's nice about this is they lay it all out for you. This is kind of like your roadmap. And you can use this as your roadmap and then find other resources, find YouTube tutorials, books to help your learning. But this is a good guide. It keeps you on a good path. So definitely check out Free Code Camp. And also, yeah, I think they do have a React course as well. But that would be after JavaScript, I think. Yeah, front-end libraries. And so then they talk about Bootstrap, which is a CSS framework, jQuery, which is just a JavaScript library, and then you can get into like React and Redux and stuff like that. But yeah, this is a great resource. There's also the Odin project, which again is a free online curriculum. And I don't know why I forget to mention this, but if you have not heard of Coding Train on YouTube, it is fantastic for beginners. Like if you want to learn, actually, like if you want to get started coding right now, just stop watching me and go watch Coding Train right here. Coding Train. He has this playlist called Code right here. Code programming. Wait, is that no? How do I get? Oh, there it is. This playlist walks you through the basics of programming, but also what's nice about the way Dan Schiffman codes is it's very visual. So if you're like a visual learner or you want to see like instant feedback, P5JS is a great way to do that because you can create visualizations and all that good stuff. So definitely check out that as well. Yeah, check out Schiffman's YouTube channel. Do we have a Schiffman command? We should. Andrew, can you add a Schiffman command? Actually, link his YouTube channel and then link the code playlist too, because the code playlist is great for beginners. And Dimitri, hello. We are 10 minutes behind on chat. I'm going to do my best to do a speed run. Like, I can't answer all the questions because we got to do the next code review. And Not Brain, thank you for that follow. Scroll. Oh, you're very welcome, Scott. Thanks for being here. I really don't use generators that much. I have before. They have their use cases. And if you've ever worked in React with sagas, they use generators like crazy. And I don't like it. Getting my maths working for tonight. Oh, give up. Well, that's unfortunate. I prefer a guided path telling what to do. Yeah, and Free Code Camp is a good resource for that. But like I said, you can branch out, and you should branch out. Like, you should find multiple resources and multiple ways of talking about a subject. That really helps solidify it. It's not a Rickroll. I created it last night. Did Informath... I want to click Informath Music's link first, because they have been wanting me to look at it. Yeah, both Python and MATLAB are used in industry. I don't really know that much about data science stuffs. I just know that Python is used a lot. And in my first job in industry, I worked with... They were basically data scientists, but it was before the term data scientist was a buzzword. And they used a lot of Python and MATLAB. And I did some work to actually convert that code into C#, so it could be like running on a server and as a scheduled task and stuff like that. I don't know. That's not my area of expertise. And Manfred, thank you for that follow. Yeah, hopefully those suggestions for beginners are good. Oh, very cool. DuckDuckGo, yeah. Easy way to use networking between Docker containers. Not sure. I'm sorry, I have to skip a lot of questions because we need to get into the next review. Yeah. I switched about 4 or 5 years ago. Mutation testing helps validate your tests. It's good advice. I'm trying my best. Test coverage is not the best metric. People often... Yeah, the thing is, like, again, it's one of those things... It's a way to communicate with non-technical people about... why potentially like your progress on testing or if you even are testing, but it's only one metric. There are a lot of other things you should look for. Good morning, Baldoman. We're only 7 minutes behind on chat. We're gonna get there. Bonjour. And Zakzok, thank you for that follow. And no worries, Mel and I. We're about to do another code review. And hello, funny dude. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, no worries, Jer. Thanks for being here. All right, we got to scroll fast. I'm sorry. Yeah, I need to just do an episode dedicated to learning resources. I really need to. I showed a guy nested destructuring and now he uses it dangerously. Yeah, you have to be careful. Like, destructuring code can get really weird and hard to read. All right, I'll hold on to that. We're gonna get there, Informath. That's the next thing I'm gonna do after I get caught up on chat. All right, see you later, Lechi. Thanks for being here. Yeah, NumPy. NumPy is a Python thing for sure, for like data scientists type stuff. Yeah, check that developer roadmap. I've seen that before. Which is better, Node or Python, in terms of jobs, numbers, and salary? It totally depends on where you are in the world. I would look at the job boards and see, are people asking for Node developers? Are they asking for Python developers? It varies all over the place. Like in Denver, there actually are a lot of, as where I live, there are a lot of Node.js and JavaScript jobs. There are Python ones too, but yeah. Oh, I think it's just somebody spamming. I think somebody potentially has seen the fact that we've been rated before and the fact that there are 300 people watching a programming stream, and they're weird and jealous of that fact, and they think that I'm viewbotting, and they thought if they added their own, then I would think it was real, but it's not. We don't do that around here. I don't know. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome. Opinions about game devs. What's up, Chris? No opinions. The thing is, like, I don't really, I don't play games that much, and so it's not as interesting to me to create games. But I know for a lot of people, like, that's the reason they got into programming in general, is because they wanted to make games. Yeah. There were like 20 or so accounts that just started posting raid in the chat, but we didn't actually get raided. And I think the mods figured out that they were bots. Yeah. YouTube to MP3 converter. It's possible, but I would say check out YouTube DL, which is an executable for converting things. As a user group leader, I always suggest attending and supporting user groups in your area. Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of like learning to code and getting involved with the community and stuff like that, meetup.com is great. I don't know if this is all over the world. It's definitely in the US, but like I can show you within 10 miles of Denver in the tech category. These are, well, it's tricky because right now everything is remote mostly. But when the world is not in a pandemic and people can actually go outside, yeah, this is great. And I host the Denver Vue.js meetup, and we've been doing it remote since like March. But yeah, today there's a Flutter meetup. There's the Denver UX doobies. There's DC 303. Oh, I think this is DEF CON. DEF CON has a local Denver meetup here. On Saturday, there's an HTML and CSS boot camp. On Sunday, there's blockchain. Yeah, so all of these are totally free events that you can go to. I mean, in the Denver area. You can search in your area, and that's a great way to meet people, network, and just start to get embedded in tech, I guess. Oh, thank you. I don't really use PHP, no. All right. Game dev is really fun, but very underpaid and competitive. Yeah, I believe it. My mod Banhammer did quite a workout with those bots. Oh, thank you, Javis. And Niles Skywalker, thank you for that follow. Nice, that's good to hear. User group in Tulsa, very cool. Yeah. A coding train style. My throat is dry. I should do a coding train style challenge with the matrix background. Menger sponge fractal. Oh. With like the falling text. Is that what you mean? Could be cool. All right, see you later, JFLA Web. Thanks for hanging out with us. Up to date. Yeah, we're almost there. What's up, Fidu? Or Fidux? And Cornbread Jack, thank you for that follow. Yeah, we're going to do the review. All right, I'll look in Discord really quick because I think that's where Informath Music sent the link. Oh, I got all the links. Here's Informath. Let me copy this link. How do we... There are no aliases on Streamlabs. You just have to add a second command. Okay. So Informath Music, do you just want me to take a look at this project and tell you what I think of it? Do you want me to look at the code? What do you want me to do? And then after that's done, I will review Shuchi's project. So Shuchi, are you in the chat? Are you ready? Prepare yourself. Yeah. Cool. All right, you're up next, so be ready. Informath. Are you posting in Discord? Oh, I know I guess there's a timeout. And Cronny, thank you for that follow. The most I can do. All right, we're gonna set a timer for 2 minutes. Probably in 2 minutes, the most that I can do is just review the app itself. I'll give you maybe I'll give you some like just feedback on the app itself. Okay, so this app says troll my coworker's clipboard. Empty spaces, put them anywhere to cause an error. Russian letters that look like the ones in Latin alphabet but are not. Greek letters and punctuation. Okay. And thank you very much for that Twitch Prime sub. I do not know how to say your name, but I appreciate you. Thanks for being here. I don't think this is a Rickroll, but that's super interesting because so like you control people with so if you click it, does it actually copy it? Yeah, so that's not actually the letter A, and we can see this in JavaScript really quick. If I compare that with the letter A, yeah, just like that. So those two things are not actually the same, and that's because this is a different Unicode character that looks like the letter A, which is super funny. So yeah, this is cool. I like the fact that you have tooltips, because initially I was like, what does this app even do? But then when I hovered over, it was like, oh, that's what that does. We can get empty spaces. So if we want to troll people with empty spaces, we can get all of the different characters. Cool, and that just copies it to your clipboard, so that's pretty cool. What does this do? We have other projects. What if we go home? Very cool. Streamers I watch. Oh, thank you, Informath. Thanks for linking me. I like your website. It's pretty cool. I would say the white text on yellow might be a little bit hard to read. Like it looks good when the text is really big, but when it's smaller, I don't know if there's enough contrast. So you might think of potentially a darker yellow color. There's a COVID-19 spread simulator. Oh. Is this up to date? Oh, it's a glitch app. Oh, interesting. Okay, so each of these dots represents someone contracting. Oh, no, these are normal people. And then here's an infected person. That's really fun. And Camel, thank you for that follow. Yeah, it's really cool. Okay, yeah, so that's my 2-minute feedback Informath. Really cool. I would say try not to troll your coworkers too much. Be a nice coworker and fix this yellow color. Make it maybe a little darker or a little lighter. Cool. All right. Shuchi with the Electron review. Yeah, if you DM me on Discord, I'll hide my screen for... Great job procrastinating with CJ. I'm gonna hide my screen for just a second, and I'll get that that Electron link. Electron spelt typo RM. Ooh. And thank you, Shimax Codes, for that follow. And Stonekiller, thank you for the follow as well. Shuji, can you put 85 Labs in the Twitch chat just so I can confirm that this actually is you, and then we'll get started. No. So this, I think it's an ORM for the backend. Cool. All right, and I'm gonna I'll be back in 2 minutes. Actually, why is there no drop game on this screen? Yeah, there we go. Drop game's there. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Feel free to play the drop game. Be right back. I'm back. All right, so Shuchi says, I'm trying to create an Electron Svelte TypoRM template. Just trying to figure out the source map and the SQL WASM errors in the Electron browser after yarn dev. This sounds tricky, but I'll try my best. Yeah, cool. We have the right person. All right. Excuse me. So, this is Shuchi. They've linked me to this repo. I'm going to take a look, and they did redeem code review. So we're going to do that right now. I guess I'll just clone this. I'll clone this code down locally, and then we'll get started. These switches are clicky. Cool. So, here's the thing. Do I want to run this? Because there are a lot of dependencies, and if I install this, 85 Labs could hack my computer. It's very possible. Are they legitimate? 85labs.com. Who are you? Got a weird blog post thing. Do they have an Instagram? No, that's just Instagram.com. Repos. Does anybody else want to try running this locally first? I just got scared all of a sudden. I was like, should I run this? Run it in a VM? Do I have a VM? I'd need a VM that has Node installed. Yeah. Docker. It's an Electron app, so you can really do it in Docker. Let me just run that as root on my server. Code sense is tingling. A VM lesson? How much? I guess we got time. We got time. Let's do it. Well, we can't necessarily use Docker because it's an Electron app which requires desktop. I have never heard of OData. Electron is a bit risky. All right, we're gonna set up a VM. All right. Should we set up a? I think we'll just set up a Linux VM. Right? I don't think you can run Electron on Code Sandbox. That's the main issue. Is that this is a desktop application? Yeah. All right. I mean, is it time for content, everyone? Should we create some YouTube content? Do I have VirtualBox? Yeah, I don't even have VirtualBox installed. VM means content. Content. I mean, we're about to make some content. We're gonna splice this out and make some content. Yeah. And thank you, Tron Life, for that follow, and Somfos as well. What's this? Ripley with a hydrate. Much appreciated. Content. Content. All right, I think we'll do that. We're gonna do like a quick tutorial on setting up a virtual machine. Oh, my live share is still running. I will end it. Actually, I'll keep it open. Yeah, I have no problem keeping it open. It's read only, and you'll be able to see the Electron code. The content isn't yet. We have to prepare for the content. Pop! OS. Is there an easily findable and downloadable image for that? Yes. I could always statically review the source code. That's true, but what they did mention on Discord is that they have some errors in the console that are probably going to be pretty hard to replicate. So we're going to create content. So sorry, Shuchi. If you give me probably like 20 or so minutes, we're going to set up a VM. We're going to get your code running in that VM. But the part of setting up the VM is going to be content. Pop! OS. Image. We need to prepare ourselves. We got to download this stuff, so we're not downloading it. And Delative, thank you for that follow. Download. If you have NVIDIA graphics, download the ISO with the proprietary NVIDIA driver pre-installed. I don't think we need that because we're in a virtual machine anyways. Disable secure boot on your BIOS. Cool, let's go. Yeah, and System 76, I think, are they based in Denver? But I don't know. But I remember back when I was in college, System 76 had a thing where you could send a self-addressed stamped envelope, and they would send you back powered by Ubuntu stickers. And I actually still have 2 of those stickers. But do you remember? Does anybody remember self-addressed stamped envelopes? Oh, nice. That's good. Cool. So we're downloading that image. The other thing we're going to need is VirtualBox. Actually, I'll leave that tab open so we can talk about pop. I'm currently downloading only at 2 megabytes a second. What's an envelope? A special kind of email? You can use Nut to run Docker container with a GUI. Oh, that's actually pretty cool. But we were going to do content about virtual machines. Teal Bob, thank you for that follow. Oh, soap envelopes. I see. JavaScript.exe. Okay. This seems cool, but we're going to go with the virtual machine route. Are we downloading both? Yeah, so we got VirtualBox. Go ahead and install that. And Pinamoyo, thank you for that follow. All right, hopefully I won't have to restart my computer. But we'll see. It actually would be really cool in a testament to like Linux and Macs that you could install something like this and not have to restart your computer to use it. Program tried to load system extensions. I'll allow it. I will allow it. I would say like JavaScript is one of my, if we're talking about programming languages, JavaScript probably is the language I'm fluent in. I used to do C#, but I haven't done it in a while, so there's a lot I don't know about it. VirtualBox was the malware all along. All right, installation was successful. It's good to know. Do that. Malware. Oh, you didn't miss the reviews. I'm setting up a virtual machine so I can run Electron inside of a virtual machine, just so we won't get hacked potentially. You might need to reboot. Okay, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But I'm launching VirtualBox. Here we go. Cool. The issue with Docker is there isn't a UI. Somebody mentioned a tool that you could use for that, but we're gonna create a YouTube video that teaches about the basics of virtual machines. And then we're gonna attempt to get that project running inside of it. Kidamatic? I haven't heard of that. I haven't really done any UI stuff with Docker. I'm sure there are some good tools out there. I do reviews. I mean, we've started doing them basically the last Friday of the month. And Teal Bob with the Twitch Prime sub, thank you very much. Docker desktop, well, like a GUI. Can you actually? That's what I mean by a UI is. I want to see the desktop environment running for a particular container. I'm not on a Hackintosh. I'm on a MacBook. GUI. All right. Do we have everything we need? We got Pop OS. We've got this. Okay. Let's go. And I'm just going to bring up virtual machine on Wikipedia. There we go. All right. All right, who's ready for content? Look at that little penguin. Content. Alrighty, everyone, welcome to this video where we are going to talk about virtual machines. So I have installed this software called VirtualBox on my computer. It is a hypervisor, which is a way of running virtual machines on your computer. It's an open source project. There are other tools that allow you to do this as well, but VirtualBox is a free one. And essentially, a virtual machine is a machine inside of a machine. So right now, I'm running this on a MacBook, and this is running Mac OS X Mojave, but what I can do is I can create a machine inside of this machine. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. And I'll mention really quick, the reason that I'm doing this is I want to run someone else's code, but I want to run it in a safe environment, because if I were to run this code on my computer directly, it's very possible. I mean, I don't think it's the case. I trust Sushi and 85 Labs, but I just want to be super safe. And before I run this code, I want to run it inside of a virtual machine, because the nice thing about the virtual machine is it's, for the most part, totally separate from my current machine. So if there was any sort of malware or anything like that that were installed on it, or that was attempted to be installed, it would happen inside the virtual machine and not my machine. So the saying is trust but verify. So I trust you, but I'm going to verify it inside of this this virtual machine. So let's add a machine. So I'm going to create a machine. And well, no, I don't want to add one. I want to create one, new virtual machine. So we can name it. And I'll mention really quick, the operating system I'm going to be using inside of this virtual machine is Pop! OS. And the cool thing about a virtual machine is you can pretty much install any operating system you want, for the most part, except for Mac. But it's still possible, but it's hard. But you can do Ubuntu, Linux. You could do Arch Linux if you're into that. You could install Windows, Windows XP, Windows 7, Windows Vista, any operating system you can install. And I'm going to use this thing called Pop! OS. It's from a company called System 76. And this is like a custom version of Ubuntu. That's pretty nice. So we're going to call this the Pop box. We'll put it in that directory. The type is Linux. And we can say this is Debian. I think it's going to be 64-bit. Windows Vista. I think I can do, let's see. And then, so what's cool about this is we get to define all of the things that this machine gets. So we get to define how much RAM it gets, all the RAM. So my machine has 16 gigabytes of RAM, and I get to say how much RAM do I want to allocate for this virtual machine. And we're going to give it 2 gigs of RAM. It needs to run Chrome, so we need at least 2 gigs of RAM. So I'll do 2048 megabytes. And then we can define the hard disk. So this is how much hard drive space does this operating system have. And the recommended size is 8. We're going to create one now. We'll do a VirtualBox disk image. And I like to make mine dynamically allocated. So basically not enough for one tab. Basically the hard drive will, inside of the operating system, it'll think that it's like 10 gigabytes, but on the disk, it'll only be as much as it needs to be. So I'll do dynamically allocated, and we'll go with 8 gigabytes. That should be fine. Actually, let's go to 10, just to be safe. 10 gigabytes, create it. And there we go. We now have this virtual machine that I can power up. And if we go into settings, we can specify some other stuff. So we can see under advanced, we can share a clipboard between my main machine and my guest machine, drag and drop. We can encrypt the disk if we really wanted to. Under system, we can set up and change how much RAM is associated with it. We can change the boot order. Basically, this is a virtual machine. I have literally created a machine inside of my machine, and I'm about to boot it up. I can also choose how much video memory it has. Let's give it 24 megabytes of video memory, and we can increase the monitor count. And Ute, thank you for that Twitch Prime sub. We could do 3D acceleration. There's a lot of options here. And currently that virtual hard drive I created is set right there. This is called VirtualBox. Yeah, and that's a good point, Mr. Syntax. VMware is another very common one. VMware is not free and open source. VirtualBox is, but a lot of people use VMware, especially enterprise. And if you're renting a virtual private server in the cloud, it's probably running on some sort of VMware hypervisor. It depends. And thank you, JGH, for that follow. But will it run a Commodore 64 BASIC? Probably. We could probably find an OS image for that. Don't forget Hyper-V on Windows 19. Is that like provided by Windows? Like another version or another type of hypervisor? Yeah, Windows Hypervisor is just their own version of it. Basically, any other software that lets you create virtual machines, it's a hypervisor. Okay, I think this is it. We should be good. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to set a boot device. I'm going to add a disk image. So I downloaded the ISO image for Pop! OS. We'll go into downloads and then images. Here it is. So ISO files typically are the kinds of files that you will download that have an operating system installation files on them. So you can get an Ubuntu ISO or a Windows ISO, all those different things. But this one specifically is for Pop, and it's AMD 64. I think, yeah, so we'll set it up for a 64-bit machine. And so basically what we're saying is it's like we just put a CD into the CD drive. Oh, actually, yeah. So Proxmox, I used that in college. So we did I was in a cybersecurity class, and we did a capture the flag thing where we had to keep several machines up and running, and we had, they gave us 2 dedicated servers, but we put Proxmox on both of them, and then each of the servers had like 3 different virtual machines on them, just so we could have backups in case our machines went down. Yeah. Okay, but setting this here is like inserting a CD into the CD drive. This is the Pop! OS CD, so we're going to choose that. And then we're going to start it up. Let's see what happens. Let's hope I don't have to restart my machine, because I literally just installed VirtualBox. I'm going to deny it, but you can see, look at this. It's booting up. It's happening. It's happening. Will the virtual machine realize it's living in a simulation? Not really. Like to the operating system, it thinks everything is real. It thinks its video memory is real. It thinks its hard drive is real. It thinks its CD-ROM is real. All of it, it believes it to be real. So we just have a blank screen. Oh, something's happening. Ah! We have created it. Cool. And this is going to take us through the Pop! OS install, which should be pretty quick because it's I don't know. Let's see. So we are in the US. We'll use the default layout. My screen is literally not big enough. I'm curious what I can do here. I might need to increase the Oh yeah. So if you watch Kit Boga, he uses virtual machines, and so when scammers are trying to connect remotely to his computer, he's not letting them connect to his actual computer. He's connecting them to a virtual machine. 640 by 480. Control scroll? Nope. Yeah, I need to install the additions. Let's see. But can I get out of the... Oh, yeah. Okay, that's what I wanted to see, is like, just can I get out of the installer? So let's do that. In VirtualBox, they have this thing, which are called guest editions, and that give you a... what do you call it? Better integration. So like when I resize the window, it'll automatically detect the size, and I can share the mouse more easily back and forth. So I'm going to insert that in, and let's run it. That's going to install the guest editions. And, well, actually, here's the thing. This isn't... Right now, I just booted to the ISO image. So this is not actually going to save the settings. Yeah, like Melanai is saying, it's a live CD. So it's only going to run for this specific instance. But let's see. Creative, thank you for this. Going to VM settings under display. Change the graphics controller to that. All right, I'm going to do that. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to kill this machine. But we're just going to immediately power it off. It's like we pulled the plug from the wall. But that's okay. It won't mind. But if I go now into settings, display, let's go to VBox, SVGA. And that, invalid settings detected. VBox SVGA? Let's try again. Display. Graphics controller. It says invalid settings detected. Let's see. The virtual machine is configured to use a graphics controller other than the recommended one. Please consider switching unless you have a reason to keep the currently selected one. Should be fine. 3D acceleration? Why not? Let's try again. Yeah. Apt install VirtualBox guest tools? Okay. Enable all the things. All right, so I ignored it. And does that mean it will automatically resize when I do that? Why don't I enable clipboard sharing? Because I could get hacked. Oh, here we go. Potentially, after it boots up, can I set the resize? Yeah, and so that's another point, and that's why earlier I mentioned it's like actually a totally separate thing. There are some hacks that can jump from the virtual machine to the host machine. And when you enable more features, then that's potentially more attack vectors for someone to jump out of the virtual machine. I need the guest editions. Okay, we'll run through an install. I guess in the content in the YouTube video, we'll fast forward through this, but I am just going to run through a Pop! OS install so it actually gets installed on my hard drive. Yeah. And can I change the resolution now? I guess not. It doesn't let me resize. Yeah, it might be like a rare attack, but some automatic scans might try to detect, like, are we running in a virtual machine, and if so, try to use a certain attack. Yeah, for sure. I need to uncheck 3D acceleration? Come on! All right, I'll try it one more time, because I can't. The thing is, I can't even see. Did I just shut it down? I just shut it down. I couldn't even see the buttons to click on them. So we'll get this working. So no 3D acceleration, and then VBox SVGA. Okay. Is that still in there? Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Syntax. If you have a virtual machine, you're potentially worth hacking because that's like, why do you have a virtual machine? But I don't know. This is much better. Look at that. This is much better. Thank you. I say it's better because the text was initially very small, instead of being like gigantic to begin with, I believe. Let's see. View. Yeah, look at this. Let's go to 1280 by 720. Right. Did the machine just crash? Oh, no, it didn't. It's happening. Things are happening. Da, 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 da. Great work. Thank you very much. What was your name again? Creative Nobu. Thank you for helping us with VirtualBox. And 100K Alec. Thank you for that follow. Yeah, great game. So now we can see the full screen, and you can see that we can actually adjust the resolution. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to install Pop! OS, so that way it gets installed on the hard drive, because right now this is known as like a live CD. It's basically just booted up in RAM, but I want this to be directly installed on that virtual hard drive. So we're just going to do a clean install. Thank you for those hydrates. Badasha and Wolfie. Nice. Yeah, so we want to install it on our virtual 10 gigabyte hard drive. Erase it and install. I'm not going to encrypt this, but if you are using this for certain things, you might want to encrypt it. And now we wait. Now we wait for this to install. Yeah, and those of you that are just joining us, basically right now I'm walking through the basics of setting up a virtual machine, but the reason I'm doing that is because we're going to do a code review of an Electron app, and I want to run Electron inside of the virtual machine instead of my my main machine. Content! Pop! OS versus Ubuntu. I mean, Pop! OS is a flavor of Ubuntu. Ubuntu is just a bunch of packages on top of Debian. People have their preferences. I don't know. I typically just reach for Ubuntu because I'm used to it. Documentary, Becoming Gitbook. That's funny. Why do I run it inside the VM? So this virtual machine is completely and totally separate from my Mac, my current operating system. And so if there were some sort of malware or something that were to be installed, by running it inside of the VM, it would affect the virtual machine, but not my local machine, most likely, unless they have a specific hack that's going to try to jump out of the virtual machine. So that's the main reason. I'm doing it to be safe. And Clink, thank you for the stretch. It takes more than that to become Kitboga, for sure. Like, Kitboga is a voice actor, a comedian, an entertainer. Yeah, like, it's not just virtual machines and calling scammers. You're not. Here's, like, I am so addicted to setting things up. Like, for one, like, if I ever reset my phone, like, installing all the apps and getting that going, or, like, setting up a MacBook from scratch, or a Windows machine, or even a Linux machine, for whatever reason, I really, really like doing that. I used to do it as a job. I worked at the help desk at my university, but I really like installing a fresh operating system. Yeah. Is Slackware still a thing? I'm not sure. Debian! Oh, someone in the chat just mentioned Pop! OS, so we went with that. I would have picked Ubuntu if they hadn't. And I realized there are other things we could use, but this is easy enough. Darwin. From all the Linux distros I've tried, Ubuntu was the preferred one, sticking out with head and shoulders. I think, like, so when I was in university, Ubuntu was, like, one of the only Linux distributions that had, like, a visual installer. Everything else was very manual. You had to do it from the command line. So that was pretty nice. Like, they were one of the first distributions, at least as far as I can remember. There might be other ones that did a similar thing, but they were one of the first distributions that, like, really tried to make Ubuntu accessible to non-technical people, or to make Linux accessible to non-technical people. Yeah. We're going to run an Electron app. I don't trust anyone. Trust but verify. So the thing about virtual machines is it's not like Docker containers. So Docker containers share system resources. So if I were technically running Linux, it actually would be potentially sharing the kernel of my Mac, I think. Maybe. But this virtual machine is totally separate from my current machine, so it doesn't really matter the OS. No, we're not doing scams. We're just running someone else's project. Running Paranoid Fish. It will tell you all the things that show you're actually using a VM and not a real host. Oh. No. I mean, I guess I am. I'm just here. You're here with me. That's all this is. Yeah, no, there are a ton of people from Kitboga, and I appreciate you all for being here. I know, like, my stream is very different from his. We still talked about technical stuff, though. And like I mentioned, this is basically what Kitboga's done, but he's done it with Windows. And actually, I'll point you, yeah, that fresh install. But Windows actually allows you to download images for testing in Internet Explorer, like in IE Edge. Search for Internet Explorer VM. Yeah, so direct from Microsoft, you can get an image for VirtualBox, and this is Windows 10. It's a Windows 10 disk image that you can attach to a virtual machine and just instantly boot into Windows 10 so that you can test your stuff on Edge or Internet Explorer. And so Kitboga uses Windows VMs. Yeah. It feels so clean. And Cyrex, thank you for that follow. Content! Arch, by the way. Yeah. Does anyone remember when Kali was called Backtrack? Okay, I remember. All right, we're gonna restart. And now, I might have to change the boot devices so that I boot to the hard drive instead of booting to the disk image, but the ISO, but we'll see. Hack update. Virtual machine. Wait, did my computer just freeze? Where did my mouse go? There it is. Cool. Ah. When I was in university, Linux didn't exist yet. Oh, man. I don't know. I can look at the network really quick. That one's called Quokka. And no worries, thanks for being here. Cool, so this actually just rebooted right back into the install. I want to change that, so I'm just going to shut this down. And I'm going to remove that that image, but Quokka, Quokka, that's the extension. Beautiful, extremely customizable, and to me looks like a Windows machine. Yeah, I mean, trust me. Docker containers run in a VM on Mac. It uses C groups and namespaces. Oh, I didn't know that. It's good to know. Is that still true, though? I thought, like, the latest version of Docker actually was running at the system level instead of VMs. Because I know it uses VMs on Windows. I don't know. Boga. Yeah, nice. Welcome, Boga friends. Yeah, and definitely, if you're here and you have not heard of Kit Boga, definitely check him out. Once you're here, you can't leave. One of us. That's true, yeah. So Docker, that's what someone else was saying, is Docker works with a VM in certain places. Oh, well, thank you, Inky. Yeah, and so what's cool about that is you don't have to pirate it. Yeah, and so yeah, I'm not saying Kit Boga was running those, but yeah, he has an actual Windows license for his virtual machines. Yeah. Oh, it's good to know. I appreciate that, Sweet Tea. Thank you for being here. Programming needs hard drive. Everyone uses Parrot. I haven't even heard of Parrot. And the Alpha Byte, thank you for that follow. Nice. Hello. And thank you, Green Wind. And Harry Limit, thanks for being here. Yeah. Yeah. Debian is a flavor of Linux. And then there are things that are on top of Debian. Yeah. Oh, yeah, nice. Right. So, and I guess that's true as well. So if you have the latest Windows subsystem for Linux, Docker is going to use that, which doesn't require a virtual machine. And thank you for the stretch, Mark. And C. Tyson, thank you for that follow. I think we're almost caught up. Excuse me? All right. Cool. So what I need to do is I need to, in the settings here, nice, Francisco, welcome. I need to change the boot device. So in storage, I'm actually just going to straight up remove the Pop! OS installer and the VirtualBox extensions. Well, I don't want to... I don't want to remove it. How do I just eject it? Remove disk from virtual drive. There we go. So now when I boot up, it should try to boot to the hard drive instead of booting to that installation. Oh, thank you, Mob. WSL2 runs in its own hypervisor. Oh, really? Interesting. There's a lot of things I don't know about, like Windows development and such. Okay, the one tricky thing here is that I'm going to probably need to install Git and Node. It should be a fairly easy setup, though, but we'll get there. And hello, Randomness. Welcome. And Crystal Scar, thank you for that posture check. And Clink50, thank you for the stretch. Okay, bienvenue. Welcome to Pop! OS. Typing, select your keyboard layout. English US. Location services, no thank you. Thanks for asking. Time zone, that's me. Let's keep moving. Connect your online accounts. This is weird. This is probably anybody that's like hardcore GNU person or something is like, why the heck have you put all this stuff in my Linux? But it makes it easy for people. Yeah. I mean, yeah. What's my username? CJ. What's my password? Guess that password. All right, all done. Let's start using Pop! OS. I use password for my VMs. Nice. And Imstaniel, thank you for that follow. My mom uses Pop! OS, right? Like, that's the thing. And like, something like Ubuntu or Pop, they make it really easy for non-technical people to use Linux. Yeah. There's really no point for a password for a VM. I don't know. What do you get from signing in with Facebook? I have no idea, but you can. All right. I only have 600 megabytes available. That might not be enough to run Electron. That's super interesting. Pop! OS took up 6 gigs. All right. Let me shut this down and see if I can increase the hard drive size. Because I'm thinking we're gonna need like a gig to download like all the node dependencies and stuff like that. So if we go on storage, go to this. How can I resize it? Is that possible? Once you go pure Debian, you don't go back. Yeah, but like I said, you have to be a technical person. There's no way to resize it? Under tools, there's a drive manager. Media. Hard disk. Create, copy, add, remove, release, search. Properties? Oh, yeah, let's increase the size. Let's go to 15 gigabytes. My arrow keys do not work. But the OS will need to hold it. Oh, yeah, so I'd have to resize the partition, wouldn't I? Well, all right, let's just try it without it. We're going to go there. Let's try that. Gigabytes, yeah. I think it has a bug. All right. Yeah, there's some weird stuff going on there for sure. All right, so it should be 15 gigabytes now, but like was mentioned in the chat, we need to resize probably the what's the Linux partition type? I forget, but we need to resize that so it fills the empty space. Docker is not a sandbox by design, which is why sandboxes like gvisor exist. That makes sense. No, gigabits. Gigawatts. 1.21 gigawatts. X4, that's it. All right, that's me. Do I remember my password? We're in. ZFS for life. Nice. In Hairwire, thank you for that follow. Looks like we got another follow. Who was that? Who was it? Imstanal, thank you. All right. Is this still YouTube content? I don't know. I'm going to have to like cut it and fast forward through certain places. Do we have a partition manager by default? Disks. 16 gigabyte hard disk. Oh man, so we have 5 gigs of free space. It's 91% full. Resize. Oh, you know what I might have to do? Would I have to delete the swap, resize the drive, and then re-add the swap? Does anybody know? Is that what I'm gonna have to do? Yeah, I gotta juggle them. All right. Well, this computer only has 300 megabytes. Or just, yeah, I guess I could. I guess I don't have to recreate the swap. But let's do it. All right, delete the swap. Authentication required. Error deleting the partition. Is it because the OS is using the swap right now? How do I tell it to stop? Stop using swap. Swap off. Sudo swap, is that a real thing? Stop swap. Oh. Yes. Cool. Password again. Okay. Bad usage. Oh. I have to tell it which device. How do I list it? Swap off -A. Oh, disable all swap. Okay. Man, swap off. All right. So that disabled the swap. Now can we delete it? Am I sure? Yeah, let's go. Error deleting. Oh. Oh. I think it actually deleted it earlier. Popbox is just the name of my virtual machine, but it's running Pop OS. Let's try again. Do I have to unmount it? All right, all the Linux people, help me. Just install gparted. How do I tell if it's mounted? Unmount it. Reboot. I could install gparted. Run fdisk. And Funky Toby, thank you for that follow. Might as well use gparted. I don't have the time or the patience. Reinstall. Fdisk. So we're gonna list them. Oh, sudo. And thank you to XX Phoenix for the follow, and for Adoko, thank you for those follows as well. Coder in Black, thanks for the hydrate. But I will say this. For all the people that use and know Linux, thanks for being here, and thanks for not being like, why don't you know the command? Because I, as you can see, I use a Mac, so I used to use Linux. Okay, so we want umount, or fdisk. No. I guess I can't copy and paste right now, but fdisk, sudo fdisk, dev/sda. Oh, and now we're in interactive mode. And what are the commands? All right, Doc is walking us through this. P. So it's not mounted. It's not SDA1. Okay, how do I exit? M for help. Q for quit. Nice. All right. Crypt swap? Is it this dev mapper crypt swap? That's it, isn't it? The device does not contain a recognized partition table. I realized gparted is. I used to use gparted. All of this is going to be edited out of the content. We just need to remove the swap. How can I remove the swap? I could become root. I am root. Okay, I'm just going to reboot. Honestly, I'm just going to reboot because I turned the swap off. And if I reboot, then when I get back into it, how do I restart? Power off, restart. Yeah, and when it reboots, swap won't be mounted, and I should be able to delete that partition. Watching this is so satisfying. CJ try to figure out how to delete a swap drive. Dynamic local development environments. Linux reboot? Nah. I've never heard of Lando, but I mean, I typically use Docker for like setting up databases and stuff like that. Things that can be reusable across dev machines. Reboot requires root. I think it usually does. What's happening here? Why can I not see? Why can I not see the desktop? Boot from the ISO? Yeah, I guess that makes sense too, because if I boot from the ISO, then I can pull up their disk manager. Quicker to reinstall at this point. Well, uh-oh. It literally won't boot. Okay. Let's mount that ISO again. But we turned swap off, which is why I thought that we would be able to delete it. Yeah, you've ruined this machine. This is a crash course. This always happens. But here's the thing. The nice thing about virtual machines is you can mess them up. And if you mess them up, all you got to do is recreate them. You have not harmed any actual hardware or anything like that. Literally a crash course. Content. All right, so this should boot us back into the live environment, and then we should be able to launch the disk manager from the live environment. My entire system is made of KVMs. No PCs were hurt in this review. Okay, here it comes. This is the installer, but we are going to just launch the disk thingy. Disks. And this should allow us to remove... Oh, it's gone! It's gone! The UI didn't tell us it was, but it actually is gone. Look at that. Well, while we're here, let's resize this thing. Yeah. All the way. Nice. Okay. And then we have no swap. Is that okay? How do I apply? Unmount selected partition. Should be fine. Wait, did it just instantly resize? Am I done? I mean, we have 2 gigs of RAM. It should be fine, right? Oh yeah, and we'll get. Hey, yeah, I like that. We'll give it 4 gigs of RAM, and that because we don't have. Whoa, there's gparted on the Pop! OS live disk. Who knew? Look at that. There we go. Yeah, it's done. It's good to go. All right, let's shut down. Success. We're gonna give it more RAM, and then we'll be ready. I think we'll be ready to actually run the thing. All right, download more RAM. This is the funny thing. People make that joke all the time, but if I want to add more RAM, I literally just move the slider. We have now added more RAM. The thing is, it's using the RAM from my machine, so I can only add a maximum of 16 gigs of RAM. 256 megabytes enough. All right, here we go. Moment of truth. We didn't try reinstalling, no. We just... Ooh. Now we have... Why do we have options? Oh. Because the... Oh, and thank you very much, the Sheboss, for that gifted sub. But we forgot to take the disk out. I think I want to do Newbie Tuesdays again. It's a good format. Tony is very busy these days, though. And he's actually going to school for computer science. Okay, what am I doing? Storage. We need to... Oh, no, I took it out. Try again. All right. GNU Linux. It's funny that it actually says GNU Linux. Let's go. And Diener with the $1 who says, I actually did download RAM when I was 13 or so. Was actually sad it didn't work back then. Yeah. In our case, no need to download. Don't got to pay anything. You just move the slider. Downloadmoreram.com. Now we get a blank screen because we don't have any swap. Oh man, this is going wonderfully. Control Alt F1. Will that drop me into the shell? I didn't create a snapshot, but that that would have been a good thing to do. Is create a snapshot. And that's the other cool thing about virtual machines, is you can create snapshots and then jump back and forth between them. Yeah, all this for a code review. F1 through F5. F1. Oh, there's F1. A start job is running for crypt swap. Ah, look at that. It's trying to mount the swap, but there's no hard drive. I mean, there's no drive for the swap. Well, we got to boot into safe mode and disable swap. Right? Yeah, and this puts us into a shell. Hello, Scott. Safe mode, what's that? Or, is that what it's called? Single user mode? Recreate the VM. Oh! Oh, it happened! And thank you very much, Diener, for the another $1. I am such a happy man. Keep it up. It makes me smile too. Nice. I'm glad I could make you happy. Yeah, there's no safe mode, but yeah, single user mode. Thank you. We're gonna stop crypt swap. Well, I mean, now we don't have a desktop. Crypt setup, remove crypt swap 1. I'm gonna do that just so it will actually start booting now. All right, and everyone watching, never do this. Never just run commands blindly that people are telling you in Twitch chat, but this seems like it'll work. So. Device crypt swap 1 is not active. Well. System CTO. Stop. Crypt swap. Maybe. No. Server's not loaded. Well, I mean, I guess we're here. Twitch chat is super trustworthy. No rm-rf, no preserve root. Okay. I think it's fine. We're in the operating system. Good enough. Now we need some things. So first thing is, we could install updates. Don't got time for that. I mean, technically we should, because if we're trying to make this a secure VM, then we want to have the latest updates. But thank you, Zero Silver, for that follow. Disable? Runs unknown commands. I mean, I had an idea of what that could do. Oh well. I need Node on this machine, so I'm going to use a tool called NVM, which is Node Version Manager. And then that will allow me to install Node.js inside of this virtual machine. And at this point, this virtual machine is a full-fledged operating system. So as you can see, I have a terminal here. We can list files, we can go into directories, but this is a virtual machine inside of my machine, and I need to install Node on it. So I'm just gonna run this script here. Oh, not that. I gotta remember to use the right copy and paste. Wait, did I close the terminal? Yeah. Okay, so we're gonna run that command, which is going to install NVM, and then I could do NVM install --LTS. That'll install the latest. Wait, no. I need to run these commands, which will load NVM. Do I have a bash RC? Yeah. And yes, I'm using Nano. I feel like all the hardcore Linux people are watching. Oh, it's in there. Okay, I just need to open a new tab. All the Linux people are like, what are you doing? You don't know these commands and you're running nano? What? Okay, now NVM, we've got it. All right, NVM install LTS. That's going to install the version 12 of Node, and it'll use it. So now I have Node. Great. And at this point, now, the whole reason I did all of this, the whole reason that I installed this virtual machine is so that I could test this Electron code. So I'm going to take this repo, we're going to clone it down. And Linux might actually come with Git by default, but let's see. Git? Yeah, we have it. So I'm going to make a directory called dev, go in there, and that's where we're going to put this. We'll do git clone. Well, that's the wrong thing. I need to share a clipboard. Devices? Shared clipboard. We want to go from host to guest. Nope, that's the wrong thing. All right, let's try again. Copy that. Back to that. No! Am I gonna have to type it in manually? Oh, I don't have... Yeah, you're right. I don't have the guest editions installed. Please snapshot. You make a great point. So let's do this. Let's do save the machine state. Actually, no, we'll send the shutdown signal. So at this point, we're shutting it down and we're doing a clean shutdown. And now that we've shut it down inside of VirtualBox, I can create a snapshot. So I can do, say, take snapshot, and this will be nvm install. And now, if I need to go back to that point, I can always just reload this snapshot. Yeah. Xbox. What? Yeah, have we been doing this for an hour? Yeah. Shift insert, Control V. All right, let's try again. Actually, and I wouldn't mind installing the guest editions because that should be pretty quick. Does anybody remember what's the command? Okay, I would need to edit those. What's the command to get that shell again? Control Shift F1. And thank you, Sudo, for that follow. Got a hydrate from Ashik. Thank you very much, Ashik. Diener with the posture check, and Wolfie with the posture check. Control Alt. Oh, okay. I just spam the keyboard to get it working. Is anyone following along? You should not be following along. Control C? No. How do I get into single user mode? A bunch of people just downloaded VirtualBox and Pop. That's funny. And thank you, Fool, for the 5. I need to take a break. I've been streaming for 3 hours. We'll put it in the parking lot. But yeah, we're almost there. We're almost there. Okay, so... when am I starting from scratch? I'm not. We're here. Xbox. What are you talking about, Tron Life? I'll probably do a Q&A on Monday. Yeah. The only way out is through. Alright, let's just hope we don't have to reboot the machine again. And we're good to go. And we have NVM And we have node. Okay. Now, I'm going to go ahead and install guest edition. So with VirtualBox, they have these things called guest editions, and that allows you to do things like share a clipboard and have automatic resizing of the display size when you resize, different things like that. Nice. All right, I'll fix it, Doc. We're going to keep your message there. We're going to run these guest editions. We're going to open a new terminal and do this stuff. So we need to nano etsy/fstab. That's not the right password. That. I need to remove that, right, Doc? And Karn, thank you for that follow. Just that line. I guess not the UUID? Do I need to comment out this line too? fstab is definitely broke. No, that's my root partition. Okay. No! And then the other thing is etc/crypttab. Crypt swap. Fleximoman with the 2-month resub. Thank you very much. Comment out the whole thing. All right. Cool. And so that should just basically fix whenever I reboot because we don't have swap. All right. Plus return to close this window. Very good. Now we have guest editions, so I should share the clipboard. And then I should be able to copy this. We have not even started the code review yet because I've been setting up the virtual machine. And now if we go into dev and we clone it. Yeah, and so people asking about fstab, it tells your computer where the drives are so you can boot and mount them. And we basically just told it, hey, stop trying to mount that swap stuff. Well, I'm not going to reboot. We're going to type this get URL in manually. github.com/885labs/electron svelte type ORM type script. Hey, that worked. It wasn't available. Oh, just log out and log back in? I can do that. And Mr. Max Therial, thank you for that follow. What just happened? Something happened. Alright, let me log out and log back in. Do I need to do that? Well, virtual access denied. What? Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Let's just shut it down. Shut it down. Oh, do I need to run update init ramfs? If I reboot, we should be fine, right? F. Well, thank you, Alan. Something seems worse. Yeah. At some point, I should have just reinstalled the VM. hopefully this fstab. Oh yeah, look at that. Yes. I think we're in. Attempt number 217. I think we've made it. Now, for those of you that were following along, if you would have just made your hard drive bigger to begin with, you would not have had to do these things. What is XIs? Yeah, I was trying Control-Shift-V. Let's see if it works now. Because we have shared clipboard bidirectional. And now if I copy something... Yeah! Yeah, and that's a good point, Norway, is we should snapshot right now. Because we're in a very good state. So I'm going to shut it down. And then snapshot it. Cool. All right. Victory. Oh, X-size is similar to that? Oh. It looks like it worked okay without that. I do need to take a break because I have been streaming so long. But what I want to do really quick is make sure that I can at least install the dependencies for this project, and then I'll take a quick break. And then when I come back, Shuchi, we will be ready. If you're still here, I might have scared you away by the fact that I set up this entire VM just to review your code. Say hi in the chat if you're here still. If you're still here, Shuchi. And we could probably fix that, but do we need to? I don't know. Parking lot that. Yep, it took us 30 minutes to fix because our hard drive was too small. But for YouTube, you didn't have to care about that. We're just here. We just appeared. Everything's working now. And now I'm going to attempt to get that project running. So we're going to go in there. We're going to go in here. And then we're going to do an npm install. Actually, they are doing a yarn install. So I'm going to install yarn with npm. And that way we can... they're probably using yarn, so if we use yarn, we can debug the same thing. Yes, erase the last 30 minutes from your memory. Cool. So we're installing dependencies with yarn, and hopefully this is actually set up to be able to run on Linux. I didn't even check that. It may be that it only works on Mac. It is Electron. It's supposed to be cross-platform, but we'll see. All right. It's happening. Yeah, will Electron work with 4 gigs of RAM? And Rado Roller, thank you for that follow. What do we got? Posture check. Thank you, Anestra. And that stretch from SNRSE, thank you very much. We've got 2 break redemptions, so I will take a 10-minute break. All right, so that installed the dependencies. We have npm or like yarn dev. So this is going to try to start up Electron. Can Electron run MySQL Server inside? Probably not MySQL Server. You could run, or you could use like SQLite, something like that. I am really patient. I'm trying. Oh, look at this. We got ourselves an Electron window. It's pretty good. And if we look at the console, invalid or unexpected token in the WASM. Cool, so we'll take a look at that. All right, so we made it. we were able to clone this repo, install the dependencies, and then run it inside of the virtual machine. So this YouTube content was mainly about setting up a VM, talking about what VMs are, and then trying to run some code inside of a VM. Thank you very much for watching. Check Twitch for my stream schedule, and watch me stream and all that good stuff. All right, for all the people that are here right now, I'm going to take a quick 7-minute break, and then when I come back from the break, we are going to do the code review. I don't know if Shuchi is still even here. I might have scared them away, but I'll check in with them, and then we can do... yeah. Xanderlane is asking, Xanderl is asking, can I have done the same thing with a container? And I think probably not. And the main the main reason being a container shares system resources. So if there were potentially bad things happening, it could affect the host system. But yeah. Oh, the YouTube video was about, yeah, containers are not sandboxes. The YouTube video was about setting up a virtual machine. Yep. And I guess the other point that I'll add is if you're on Windows, I mean, technically, if you're on Windows 10, you could use the Windows subsystem for Linux, and that actually gives you like an Ubuntu bash terminal that you could use straight up. But if you don't have that, and you're on an older version of Windows, you could technically install a virtual machine like that and like this, and it will give you access to a Linux terminal. Cool. All right. Take a quick break. When I come back, we're going to review this code and try to fix those errors that are in the console. I'm going to leave you with some music in the meantime. Be nice to each other. And here, I'll clear the drop game before I go so you all can play the drop game. There we go. All right, back in 7 minutes. Oh, hello. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I took a break. I am refreshed. And we're going to do this code review. Matthew saw this channel and recommended. Well, that's cool. Thank you. Thank you, Twitch, for recommending me to people. This is the Coding Garden. We write code, we review code, we talk about code, all that good stuff. And before the break, we actually set up a virtual machine so that way we could do a code review of someone's Electron app. And thank you to Matthew for that follow, Alligatorus, and Frank Thunder. Thanks for being here. Got a few redemptions. Mr. Demon Wolf with the hydrate. Thank you very much for that hydrate. Another hydrate. I probably need to grab another beverage, but that's okay. And Color Me Purple. Thank you for the hydrate as well. And actually, we just did a break, so thank you earlier for those break redemptions. Yeah. Let's do a review. We only did 1.5. The first one was really fun because Lakshman he coded so yeah, I guess he doesn't necessarily have access to a computer, so he coded the whole thing on his mobile phone, and he's just learning about programming. But it was really cool what he built to have done it on mobile. And we just talked about potentially what are his next steps for like improving the code. And thank you, Dress Guy, for that follow. I'm gonna see really quick, is Shuchi still here? Hey, you still here? Does anyone have the link to what Lakshman built? Yeah. Oh, welcome, Alligatorus. Thanks for being here. Code, clap, review, clap. Yeah, the VM setup was totally fine. Oh, yeah. No worries, Shuchi. I don't, like, the thing is, like we mentioned earlier, is like trust but verify. Like, it's very possible that someone put a malicious package as a dependency. Not that you did, but somebody could. Someone could put a malicious package as a dependency for that Electron app, and then when I install dependencies, it could potentially do bad things to my computer. So it's a safety precaution on my part. There are a lot of people watching right now. I'm somewhat of a public figure, so I just wanted to be safe about it. But if you're ready, we can do this code review. And you can let me know, do you want to join a voice call? You can kind of potentially walk me through the code. I can also just do my best to look through the code and try to debug why that specific error is happening. It's up to you. Let me know what you want. Hackers are sad now. Well, they technically could steal my clipboard, but yeah. Yeah, there was some weird message. Thank you for catching that, mods. Can we get some heart emotes in the chat for all the mods? They're working hard today. I appreciate them. I don't know. It could be because we're in the just chatting category. I don't know. Yeah, heart emotes. Thank you so much, mods, for all you do. It's okay for me to just look. Might just be the Webpack config, not copying that properly. Okay, so that's what I'll do. I'll set like a 15, 20-minute timer, and I'll do my best to debug why is this WASM error happening. That's the plan. Timer, yeah, this. We're gonna go for 17 minutes. Here we go. So, oh, look at this. nice screen. Did I type my password right? I did. So we cloned down their repo, which is great. How do I full screen this? Cool. And we're going to do that start again, so it'll start up the app. And it should launch the Electron app. And it's super interesting because they mentioned that they're using WASM. I haven't really worked with WASM before. So we'll have to take a look at the code. Yeah, and right now we're getting invalid or unexpected token in the SQL WASM file. And thank you, Andrews, for that focus mode. We'll enable focus mode. We're going in deep. So basically, we have I'm in an unfamiliar code base. There's an error, and I'm gonna attempt to figure out why that error is happening. That's what we're about to do. Are you all ready? Let's go. Cool. And so one tricky thing is I actually don't have VS Code inside of this VM. So I'm going to have to bounce back and forth between my VS Code instance and this. And this is also saying it can't find SQL WASM, can't find the file. It's attempting to look in SQL.js. Okay, let's just do a quick overview of, or a quick review of the code itself. We're in code reviews. This is episode 1. And we're in this Electron app. So we're just going to look at the code in VS Code. I could technically do a remote SSH, yeah, but I would need to set up an SSH server on the VM. I think we're done with configuring Linux stuff. I just want to look at the code. So we can see that it is a TypeScript project. It's extending Electron Webpack TypeScript. We have some more Webpack stuff for MJS and Svelte. Very interesting. And then if we take a look in the source, our main is going to be our main Electron entry point. So this is the thing that actually starts the Electron window. And what I'm guessing is when we're in development, it just goes to the localhost URL for where Webpack is being served up. So that's fine. And then we can look at the actual app itself. So renderer is typically the thing that's running inside of the Electron app. And it looks like we have a user entity for like typo-rm. Cool. So if we look in the index, this is just bringing in js/SQL wasm.wasm. Where is that coming from though? So I guess you're generating wasm code from this Svelte code. Is that what's happening? So you have like a very basic app, and then the Webpack config is meant to turn this code into WASM code so that it can run inside of here. Is that accurate? I realize I might be talking to no one. Let me know, Shooch, if you can hear me. So I think that's what it is. You have this Svelte code, and let me disable my linter because it's complaining. And then your Webpack config is trying to compile it. So we're going to compile Svelte. We're then going to... This WASM file will be fetched dynamically when we initialize SQL.js. It is important that we do not change its name, and that its name is the same folder as the JS. So that's going to output it to a JS folder. And if you look inside of the VM where this thing is running, here. Let's open a new tab. Technically now in the dist directory, there should be... Oh, there is main.js. Okay. That could actually be the issue. What is this? Yeah, this is the generated file. And if we look back, the index is trying to load the WASM file. js/SQL wasm.wasm. I feel that answers the question. Just what SQL.js docs said to do. Okay, yeah, I'll take a look at SQL.js, because I haven't actually heard of that. A SQL-like interface for JavaScript. Oh, is this it? This is 4 years old. It's very possible that this library is just broken. Oh, SQL.js, not SQL-js. Wrong one. There we go, that's more like it. A SQLite library. A SQLite, a port of SQLite to WebAssembly, very cool. And so if we look at the usage, Quick stretch. Excuse me. Bring in SQL.js, init it, try to put stuff in it. Cool. So we bring that in. A web worker, and I guess, were you looking at an example that pulls it in for Electron specifically? Or like Webpack? How to integrate SQL with Webpack. Let's take a look. Let's look at the source. Yeah, this pulls it in from SQL.js, and then just uses it, so that's great. And then the index, are we doing anything special? Nope. Do we have a, yeah, we have a Webpack override. To static/JS. Okay, and then what we're doing is we're pushing it to just /JS. Okay, and I actually don't see that. I don't see that. Well, actually, what we should probably do is, instead of running it, I'm just going to run a build. So right now, this is just running the Electron app. Instead of doing that, I'm going to run a build so I can see the output files. So we'll do yarn run dist. NeDB. Yeah, so there are potentially other ways to go about this, and I will mention really quick, like, because you're technically, because you're using Electron, there is a SQLite driver that will work with node.js, so you actually don't need like a WASM build. You can expose it directly to the Electron window, and that might actually be the easier route to go. But this will be fun. Let's see if we can actually get the thing compiling. It's trying. Let's see. Transpiled the files. Can't find anything for Linux. Yeah, so it's created source main index. I actually don't see that output for JS. Oh, you know, let me just check really quick. Do we have a JS directory here? Do we have a JS directory here? Do we have a JS directory here? No, we don't. Because what I was seeing in here is basically the way that they tell us to set up this library is that this will be built to a folder called JS. And that's not being output at all. Yeah, we might have to do, we might have to do the root directory. I'm just curious where that JS file is, because it might be copying it somewhere. All right, let's just run it again instead of building it. Because I guess technically, sometimes the Webpack dev server just keeps all of the files in memory, but this might actually build it and then serve it from the build. OCD on stream data. Yeah, invalid and unexpected token. So this, I think, is just returning. If we look at it in the DevTools, the response is actually returning the index, or a 404. Yeah, it's just a 404. Can't get it. And that's the main issue, is where is it even being put? Okay, so if we go into dist and we look at main, maybe? Go into the renderer. There's a JS folder. There's a file. Okay, so I think that's the issue. Is it's putting it like relative to the Webpack build. So I think what we want to tell it is we want to tell it that it should be in dist slash dish.js. I might need to pull in the path package and make sure that it's like relative to the root directory. So if I do that, then, well, I'm changing it in the wrong spot. I need to change it in here. How seamless is it to install VS Code on this? I'm not going to install VS Code. We're just going to use Nano. This is in the... No, this is... Is it pre-installed on Pop! OS? Are you kidding me? No. It's in the Pop Shop. Let's go to the Pop Shop. We'll learn a little bit about Pop! OS. Is this the Pop Shop? The Pop Shop. Are you actually saying it's literally reinstalled? Or it's literally installed? That's kind of cool if it is. No, it's not. All right, we're gonna go to the Pop Shop. Code. Did it just freeze? Yeah, I technically I could also set up just an SSH server on this virtual machine, and then I could connect to it from my OS X. It's frozen. It is literally frozen right now. Oh, it's right there. Unfortunately, I cannot click it. Because it's frozen. VS Code remote. Well, it's looking for swap. I am just gonna shut it down. Send the shutdown signal. Well, this is why we use apt-get. Launching the Pop Shop literally froze the machine. All right, that's fine. Let's start it again. Reinstall the whole machine. I could use Vim. Who wants to see me use Vim? Maybe it needed that swap after all. No, it's starting up. Me. And thank you to TinkerThink and Octavio and Al Turing, Dipseradev and Bic JD. Thank you all for those follows. Vim. Vim? Use Vim. Yeah, we'll have Vim. We'll use Vim. I can prove to you that I can use Vim, sort of. Use Emacs because it's ECMAScript. Vim is an editor that you use from the terminal. And so this is a great learning moment for anybody out there that doesn't know what Vim is. I will show you. And if you really want to see some serious Vim in action, you should check out the Primogen. Can we get a shout out for the Primogen? He does all sorts of cool Vim stuff on stream. Hey, Ikrish. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So what I need to do is I need to edit this Webpack renderer editions. So I'm going to use Vim, and we're going to specify the file. And Vim is not installed. So I could use VI. Would anybody be mad if I use VI instead? Yeah. Though there's no syntax highlighting. If I install Vim, do I get like default syntax highlighting at least? Oh no, I'm stuck in Vim! How do I get out? First, if you're ever stuck in Vim, first take a deep breath, press colon, and then press Q exclamation mark, and that will quit Vim. Reinstall the whole machine. Do I not? I don't get syntax highlighting by default with Vim. Let's install NeoVim. Why not? We got time. We got nothing but time. Press the power button. Sudo apt install NeoVim. Let's go. apt is greater than apt-get. Yeah, so that's you can tell how long it's been since I've used like a Debian-based system, because it used to be apt-get, or at least I think. Oh yeah. Today I have every other Friday off. Pkill is how you exit. All right, so now if we try neovim with that file name, neovim command not found. Does it just get alias to vim? Oh, it does. And look at that, we got some basic syntax. Cool. So here's a quick learning moment about Vim. It is not your traditional text editor. So like you've seen me use Nano before, and Nano behaves like Notepad. You just start typing and the words start appearing. Now if I start typing right now, usually that doesn't actually work immediately. And the reason being is you need to be in insert mode. So if you press I, I'm currently in insert mode. You can see down at the bottom that I'm in insert mode, which means that I can actually edit things, and it behaves a bit more similar to what you're used to in terms of a text editor. When I start typing, the words actually start showing up. So the thing I wanted to fix was we should go to the dist directory and then to JS, and that's where we should put this file. Now, I'm currently in insert mode. You can see that here. If I press escape, I am no longer in insert mode. So if I like type things, somehow it automatically is going into insert mode. Is that what neovim does for me or something? But regardless, now I want to quit and I want to save these changes. So if I do colon, I'm now in like command insert mode, and I want to say write and quit. And so now that file should be updated. And if we, technically if we reopen it with Vim, we should see that the changes were saved. So we're just going to quit now. All right. Great work, everyone. We used Vim. I'm using normal Vim. Well, I installed NeoVim. Did that install Vim as a dependency or something? Oh, yeah, it did it. Okay, how do I launch NeoVim then? In Vim. All right, let's try that. Oh, I don't know what's different. What's technically different than are there default commands or something like that? I don't know. Regardless, we're done with this. We have so what you're just saying is if I do it here, oh, we get like directory browsing. Cool. Do we have do we actually have ed by default? It's so good. What? What's happening, Doc? Why do you do this to me? Come on, Doc. How do I get out of here? Doc, why'd you do this? I thought I was gonna... I don't know what ed is. Control Z? Control Z. There we go. It's up to you, Dervis. You can participate now or watch later. It's all up to you. Okay, so I use Control Z to stop it. And then I can foreground it, and then Ed is saying I should do Q period. Nope. No, just Q. Okay, cool. I digress. Let's start it up and let's see if this fixes it. So this should put that file in the dist folder inside of a folder called JS. Okay, I was about to say, we didn't get a 404 error. Did it actually fix it? No, I think there's more that we need to do. Yeah, it still can't find it. But is it here? Is it in renderer? No, it's there. It's there in renderer. So, I mean, technically, it is in there. Cool. So I think really all we need to do is to change our index.html. Neovim source renderer index. Nope, not that. So we actually should tell it that it's going to be in, oh, I'm not in insert mode. Go to insert mode. And then we need to be in renderer /js /SQL WASM. I think that's the path. I guess I'd have to learn how to use the ed editor, huh, Doc? I've never used it before. Okay, so I think that's what we need. Let me just confirm that that's the path that it gets put into. So if we go into dist, we go into renderer. There's a folder in renderer called JS, and that has SQL WASM inside of it. Cool. So that should be what we want. So I'm going to exit insert mode, right, and quit it. Electron, I think, should auto restart because we're using Webpack Dev Server. I don't know how to do window management here. Let's just do a refresh. We did get a 404 for JS /SQL WASM. Did I save the file? Let me see if there's anywhere else that's referencing this file. Got the devpack webpack renderer, and then we have this. Maybe I just need to restart the Electron process. Cool. And where are we at in terms of time? I think the timer ran out a long time ago. That's okay. I'm gonna fix this error. Give it a second. The error might show up. "404 not found." Yeah, so it's trying to. It still doesn't. It still can't find it when I request from renderer. So renderer /js /SQL WASM. Very curious. So I'm gonna open this up in the web browser, just so I can see like what requests get returned. Oh, nice job, Coding Digital. Good job. Good job. Yeah, I mean, this is probably going to complain about like require not being defined or something like that, or module not defined. That's fine. Really, all I want to see is what happens when I request like /renderer /js /SQL .wasm. Is that the name of the file? Cannot get. And if we look at the actual directory tree, I mean, technically, because the file is being served from there, then maybe it is just /js. Yeah, thank you, Shuchi. SQL-wasm.wasm. And that's also not found. Okay. Well, I think some things are misleading. I think we need to clean the build. I'm going to remove dist. So that way it's totally clean, and then I'm going to do yarn dev to see what gets generated. Yeah, and then there's actually less stuff here. So if we go into main.js is what gets generated. Yeah, I think the other tricky thing about Webpack is it uses a virtual file system whenever it's running in dev mode, and we potentially need to find the virtual path to that file. Like if I try this, it's not there. What about just the file itself? Nope. Let me look a bit deeper. So, well, I changed it to dist/js, so is it actually at a path called dist now? My spaceship is moving slightly. Yeah. My air conditioner is on. Oh, that's it! It's technically in dist/js. Okay, so here we go. I need to edit that file again. The HTML file. Close that. Now, instead of, honestly, I think this is the issue. So we can actually put it back to what you had before, with just JS/SQL WASM. But I think this was the issue. You had the slash, and I think you need it without the slash. I think. So I'm gonna save that. So JS/SQL WASM, and then in the Webpack config, I'm gonna make it just JS/SQL WASM. So this part down here will just be, JS. No need for the dist stuff. Like that. All right. Moment of truth. And we got some follows. Thank you, everyone. Thank you to Albustru, YT, Diversis, and Guy Ross, and I am Phoenix. Thank you for those follows. Got some hydrates. I'm almost out of beverage, though. Real Max, thank you for the hydrate. Last one. We're sold out. No more hydrates. JS/SQL WASM. Failed to compile. Can't resolve JS/SQL WASM in render template. Oh, really? Well, that didn't happen before. What was the original? It was just JS/. Check out. That's a bug. Who just followed on Twitch? Somebody with no name? That's super weird. All right. This is only the third. And really, one of them wasn't a code review. And we spent about an hour just setting up a virtual machine. Do I want this to be /? I think I want it to be /. That could be the issue, too. Oh, finally. What the heck? All right. Moment of truth. This person has no Twitch username? Or like just like a weird character. Hello, welcome. Failed to compile. JS/SQL WASM.wasm. Not found? This error wasn't happening before, right? All right, so maybe I was mistaken. Maybe we actually do need this to be dist/JS. Oh, I keep forgetting to go into insert mode. Dist/JS. Yeah. Oh, I needed to update the index.html too, right? Okay. what's in the index.html? We're gonna get this. I swear we're gonna get this. We will get it. So right now it's just pointed at js/sequelism. Okay, that's fine. Let's hope this works. Hello, Bash. Welcome to the show. Thank you for that follow. I would like CJ to go full Vim mode. No way. Not gonna do that. And then this needs to now be dist. Like that. This failed to compile was not happening before, right? I would say, yeah, the typically you see the learning curve as Vim is like just a cliff, but then once you like reach the top, then it's just a plateau and you're good from there. Go back in history and look. So that's so weird. Whenever I kill the task, that's the Electron window actually starts up. Git stash and start over. Yeah. Let's see what has even changed. Created a DB file, and then those two things have changed. A dash before dist for absolute path could work. I think I did /. All right, I'm going to try to run this one more time, and then if it doesn't work, yeah, I'm going to do a stash, because I literally am only changing two things to get it working. Yeah, failed to compile. Well, and then when I kill it, Electron starts. This is the malware we were promised. No, I'm just kidding. So now that's there. Let's remove the test database. Cool. Clean install of the dependencies. Well, thank you, Dino Fisher. This is a... oh, we don't... Okay. What's the equivalent yarn clean install? This. Remove node modules. And then... and also remove dist. And then run the install. Yeah. -R just removes recursively. RF removes recursively with force. And so sometimes for like protected files, you have to do -F to force the removal. Yeah. All right. Now, will it blend? Force overrides sudo. No, it doesn't like apply sudo or anything else like that. It forces the command to happen. I don't know. Sometimes there are like write protected files that won't remove automatically without confirmation, and -F skips those confirmations. All right. So it's running now. That's a good sign. Now, there are two edits we need to make. We're going to edit Webpack, and we're going to make it so that this path here becomes dist. Oh, well. I just ran a Vim command that deleted a bunch of lines. I always forget to go into to insert mode. Let's quit and undo those changes. Confirmations are different from right. So it's it prevents you from having to confirm the deletion of protected files. So insert mode, and then we'll go into dist /. Undoes the previous thing. I think this is what we want. Dist /js. Great. Though, I think the way I fixed it was ./dist/js. Right? You could definitely use Webpack with WordPress. The thing, like WordPress itself is written in PHP, But if you're building like a WordPress theme and you have like custom JavaScript or custom CSS, you could run that through Webpack and then put it on your WordPress server. Webpack render is disk.js and HTML is disk.js. Okay, that's the plan. So we just did disk.js in there, but I did do the relative file path. I think that's okay. And then we're going to do source render index.html. We're going to make this dist/js. Don't forget to go into insert mode. All right, this is the winner. Here we go. Compiled successfully. Eh? Nice. Invalid or unexpected token. Please work. Very cool. So it actually found it. It actually found the file. Like, and if we request this right now, it's technically there. So problem 1 solved. Problem 2 is it actually loading it? Seeing me get into insert mode, yeah. Cool. Now, invalid or unexpected token. So I think, do you have to do something slightly different when you're trying to load WASM from a script file? Because as we can see, right now the HTML just directly loads a WASM file. I think don't you have to put like a type on there or something like that? Let's look at their example. So that's there. If we look in the public, oh, it's not even being used. At least they're not bringing it in directly. That writes the file to static.js. And then I think it basically just needs to be in the same folder as the generated code. I think that's the issue. And you don't actually add a script for it. Because whenever you pull in SQL.js, thank you very much, Lekis, for that Twitch Prime sub. But whenever you bring in SQL.js, its code looks in the current directory to try and find that WASM file, I think. Right? Yeah, that's the way to do it. Oh, dist/SQL wasm.js. Okay. So we need to fix that. We see an example here? SQL wasm.js. Okay. And so is there... It does technically copy over the WASM file, but is it... Is there also a... Okay, so that needs to just be in the same folder as the JS. Okay. And then basically what we need... So wherever you are using SQL.js, and where is that? Is it here? No. Is it here? No. Where are you using SQL.js? CJ with Coding Garden. I always recommend You Don't Know JS. There's also, actually, if you're completely and totally new to JavaScript coding, there's a book called JavaScript for Kids from No Starch Press. Even if you're not a kid, it's a really good book. Wait, Shuchi, are you using SQL.js anywhere? I think that's the issue. TypeORM uses SQL.js as a driver. Okay, so how do where's the setting for TypeORM to do that? Index.svelte. Create connection. Okay, so we tell it to use that, and it technically is going to use SQL.js under the hood. I see. So, but basically what we need to do is this file needs to be output to the same directory as the rest of the JavaScript files. And for that, I think I'm just going to do dot, like put it in the build directory, I guess. And then you actually, well, I'll have to edit this in the VM. But then over here, you actually don't need to include this. Like, you don't include that, and then the SQL driver is just able to pick up that WASM file because it's in the same directory. So that's the plan. Let's try to do that. If that doesn't work, I think I'm done for now. But I think that's the main issue. Is technically you're not supposed to put it in the. This is the same stream. We haven't stopped streaming. Technically, it's not supposed to be here. Look at that. I used a command. Wait, did I do it wrong? What happened? What's going on? Oh, this is actually missing the closing head. Tips on how to improve. Just keep on coding. Yeah, Vim. Yeah, but for some reason this is missing the closing head. Like that. And then I press Escape D. Delete that line. Oh. Thank you, Darkaroos, for that follow. We got a few other follows. I'll acknowledge those in just a second. But okay. We don't need to bring it into index.html. Cool. But now in the Webpack config, I kind of just want to tell it to output to the build directory. Like, this needs to go from the folder to the directory itself. So that way the browser will be able to request the script. Is that right? And then we'll try to start it up. Oh yeah. The thing is, so anybody that's new to programming, this is what I mean by being that you typically have to be very persistent. This is, like, on the surface, this is a very simple bug, right? It's just not loading a file, but it's basically sticking with it and keeping on trying until we actually figure it out. So we can see that there was yeah, and now we can see that the directory that it's trying to request it from. So yeah, check it. Because technically it tries to request the full path. Home, CJ, dev, file. For whatever reason, and we can see, I think we can see what initiated that. Let's see who initiated that request. SQLwasm.js. Yeah. This is very tricky. Basically, like, I don't know if there's a better way to do this, but what I think we need to do is we need to replicate the existing file system inside of here. So what I'm thinking, we'll do it in Vim. Okay, here we go. Are you ready? And the main issue is because that node file is running inside of node modules, and it's expecting that file to exist right there, but it can't request it from the browser. Okay, so we are going to edit. No, we're going to edit the Webpack renderer. All right, we're going to do some serious editing, so we're going to go full screen. Now, what I think is we need to bring in the path module, because that's going to let us get the what's going to let us combine paths. And what I want to do is we need to put it in path.join. We're going to say process.current working directory. So we're going to put it in here, and then we're going to put it in a directory that is this. Node modules dist. Can I copy that? Can I paste that? Cool. and we need to put this in quotes. So what this is going to do is it's going to take the current working directory, append that path to it, and then in front of it, we actually want to tell it to be in this directory. So like we're creating basically the full path inside of our Webpack build. Call me crazy, but I think this is actually going to do it, because what I saw was the browser is actually requesting my entire file path, like my entire directory structure from the root of my machine. So what we're going to do is we're going to replicate that structure inside of our build. Popbox is a virtual machine. Keep the slash at the beginning of node modules. Well, that's the nice thing about path.join is it figures out where the slashes need to be. All right, I think this is a good place to start. Let's try it. Path is the only difference between JS and Node. There are quite a few other modules that are in Node that are not in the browser. Defeating Webpack is a mental battle of endurance. It wants you to give up, and you say, just use the native Node SQLite module. That's what I said at the beginning, didn't I? Well, my friends, we fixed it. So, and we can take a look at the network tab. So, well, no, I guess we didn't. Did we? It's not even requesting that WASM file anymore. But we don't see the error. I also don't see the network request. I mean, did we fix it? I don't know if we did. How can I tell? No red errors, no problems. Here, I'm gonna turn off warnings. Wait, not that. How do I turn off warnings? Levels. Refresh. Yeah. So, Sushi, I think I spent like an hour on this. But I think that's the fix. Yeah, we could see if it actually is accessing that WASM file. It's technically in the node modules folder in SQL.js. And there it is. $10.51. I mean, that was 4 minutes ago. Was it? No. That was when we installed it. No, that's the modified time. How do I see the access time? Hidden asset. I mean, something's happening though, because we can definitely see that it's copying that file over, right? Yeah, and like was mentioned, Shuchi. So this is one way to fix it, but I think probably the better way is to use the Node SQLite module, and that doesn't require WASM, because technically Electron has access to all of the Node.js things, so you wouldn't have to do anything like with WASM transpilation. You could just use the Node thing. It might be loading it in a worker, and that's why we don't see it in the network tab. Yeah. But we did it. We've done it. That took a really long time. For basically the only thing we changed was this line right here. This is programming, everyone. Everyone that's never seen programming. You spend an hour figuring out what to write on one line of code. Yeah. And I'll DM you. Yeah, I'll DM you the code that I wrote. Yeah, this was fun. Thanks for asking. Like I mentioned in a previous stream, like you just asking this question created content. we were able to make a video about, content. We were able to make a video about virtual machines, which was fun. And then we just debugged for like an hour. And for anybody, yeah, fun. Anybody new to coding, you got to see my debugging process. Content. All right, we're gonna turn off this virtual machine. We'll see you later, Popbox. You served us well. How to add a domain to cPanel. I thought cPanel had like a subdomains area. Yeah, I mean, technically, so I used to stream directly to YouTube, and so the majority of my YouTube channel is just old live streams. But all of that to say, it's one and the same. if you do !YouTube, you can get a link to my YouTube channel. I upload all of my live streams there, but I also edit down certain things and upload them there as well. More content. I gotta go though. I'm gonna eat some lunch. It's noon. Yeah, that's my YouTube. Click it. Actually, I mean, I didn't have anybody to tell this or celebrate with, but I made it. Oh, that's new. 51,000 subs. I just reached 50,000 like 2 days ago. Yeah, thank you, Alka. Yeah, we did it. We could. I might actually stream on YouTube. Yeah. So when are we gonna get to 100K? 51,001. I think I might wait for when I get to 54,321 subscribers, and then I'll do like a YouTube live stream or something like that. Well, thank you, Andre. 100% liked. Which one? What's 100% liked? Please don't cry. Wait, what? Oh, that particular video. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. 3,800 views and 100% likes. Cool. Okay, I'm gonna acknowledge the follows because we got a few. I mean, there are some people where, my content is not for them. Dino Fisher, thank you for that follow. Vinny Vici, thank you for the follow. Some White Boy, thanks for being here. Zubinator, Strange Anna, Ninjitsuru, thank you for the follow. And Laconic, thank you for those follows as well. I appreciate you. Thanks to everyone for all the support events and the gifted subs and all that good stuff. I am officially going to refund all of your points because I don't have any more drink to hydrate. So Mute Lock and Mr. Demon Wolf, you're going to get your points back. Thank you for the stretch, IG Poke. And we just did a posture check. So, how about an app that helps users rent a parking space for free or not? That sounds cool. Yeah, we're gonna raid someone, so stick around for the raid. Thank you, Andrew. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, ! raid. It's gonna take you to this website. Excuse me. If you are a sub, this is your raid message. If you're not a sub, this is your raid message. I didn't run Xeyes. I didn't. Should I? That's your non-sub raid message. Yeah. I'm good. I just gotta get some water in me. I appreciate each and every one of you. There are a ton of new people here today, and I thank you for being here. And again, shout out to all the support events. Real Max, Doob, 2C2 Modest, Did, Donatic, Tilbob, Utech, and Lycus, all with the Twitch Prime subs. Thank you very much. And Dolderer with the Tier 2 sub. Very much appreciated. Makes Sense with the resub, and Flaxomaman with the Twitch Prime resub. And GakBL with 100 bits, Callum with 100 bits, David with 220 bits, Florin with 162 bits, David with another 10 and 11 bits, and Shines Love with 42 bits twice. Revive Newt with 5 gifted subs, the She-Boss with a gifted sub, and the She-Boss with another gifted sub. Thank you all so much. I appreciate you. We also got some donations. Denner with the $1 donation and the two $1 donations. And thank you very much for that resub, JSP87. I appreciate you. 2 months. Thanks for being here. Yeah, we're going to raid, though, so get that raid message ready. Have a wonderful day. I am going to stream again tomorrow, and tomorrow we're going to do the inventory app, which certain people will be excited about. So that's the plan. Yeah, thank you, everyone. So wherever you are in the world, have a wonderful morning, afternoon, evening, or night. And until then, here is this.